Chapter 1775. Borrowing the sovereign's power to take half of the sovereign's soul didn't make Wang Lin happy. Instead, he felt a bit sad. Wang Lin had heard of the sovereign's name when he was at the second step, and he had crossed paths with him many times in the ancient star system. This person could be said to be a hero of a generation, but his life was sad. He was only a slave to the madman, and after the madman disappeared, he had to become the seven-colored Taoist disciple and listen to his orders. Even now, he had half his soul taken by Wang Lin and ended up like this. All of this was very similar to when the sovereign gathered all the third-step cultivators of the outer realm to kill the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The Lord of the Sealed Realm was killed, leaving behind only a soul fragment. It was like reincarnation. Those who kill will be killed by others. Wang Lin let out a sigh and clasped his hands at Tao Master Blue Dream and company. Many thanks for this. Tao Master Blue Dream's gaze swept past the dwarf and looked at Wang Lin. He slowly said, "There isn't much I can help you with, but no matter what, I'll do my best. This is my promise to you." His words were heavy on the last two words. Tu Si, or Tu Ah Sun, had returned to the size of a normal person and calmly said, "You returned the inheritance to me and allowed my flowing ink soul avatar to reach completion. Helping you can be considered resolving this karma." Wang Lin couldn't tell if this person was Tu Si or Tu Ah Sun, but he vaguely understood what had happened to this person. As for Yuni Feng, he bitterly smiled and didn't respond to Wang Lin's thanks. He had lost, so he had to follow Wang Lin's orders. He still had this much courage, and even without the oath of blood, he wouldn't go back on his word. Wang Lin looked at the third concubine, Tang Shan, and softly said, "I helped you leave this place, and today you helped me fight the sovereign. You don't have to worry about it in the future." Tang Shan silently pondered for a moment and nodded. In the distance, the mountain where the EC puppet was located had collapsed, revealing a depression. Bursts of ancient aura came from it. This was the entrance to the last layer of the ancient order tomb. After entering that place, he would be able to go to the place Wang Lin once saw, where Yimo's heart was. However, at that moment, a ripple suddenly appeared in the sky. Several long arcs charged over from the end of the land. There was also an incredibly powerful divine sense that swept through the area with loud rumbles. This change immediately attracted Wang Lin's attention. He raised his head to look at the sky, and his expression slowly darkened. The old devil Jean had caught up. "You can go now. The old man promised to help you. This time, I will still help you." Tao Master Blue Dream let out a sigh and blue light surrounded him. He was filled with battle intent as he stared at the sky. Tu Si looked at Wang Lin silently. He didn't say anything, but popping sounds could be heard coming from inside of him. He looked up and clenched his fists. "Senior Uncle Ma will also take action. This time, I'll help you buy enough time." Yin Yifeng revealed a wry smile as he took out a large amount of pills and swallowed them. His right hand reached at the void, and the 5 elements shined brightly, forming a suit of armor. Tang Shan didn't speak, but waved her right hand. 7 golden doors appeared around everyone. She took a deep breath and looked at the sky. Wang Lin opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. If he wasn't here, he wouldn't be able to control the EC puppet and would have to follow it. As a result, if he wasn't here, the EC puppet wouldn't have any effect. Wang Lin bowed deeply at everyone. He knew that now was not the time to talk. He had to obtain the last inheritance of Yi Mo aside from the left eye. Then he would leave the 4th flower and enter the 5th flower to find the real door. However, the premise for all of this was that the old devil Jean hadn't caught up. Now that the other side was closing in, Wang Lin took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. He turned around and charged toward the collapsed mountain. The moment he disappeared, the sky rumbled and the old devil Jean suddenly appeared in the sky. 7-colored light shined around his body. This was the result of him devouring the 7-colored Taoist. Although the 2 souls hadn't fused, they had greatly benefited him and allowed him to display a higher cultivation level. He was different from the 7-colored Taoist. He was the soul of the 7-colored Taoist and was also the old Devil Jean. The old Devil Jean himself had a high cultivation level, and after fusing with his soul and devouring the seven-colored Taoist, the old Devil Jean was infinitely close to the seven-colored celestial sovereign strength. All of you ants, scram for the old man. The old Devil Jean's voice rumbled like a sound wave in the second to last layer. The earth collapsed, and the sky was torn apart. On the last layer of the ancient tomb, Wang Lin's figure appeared. The moment he appeared, he could faintly hear the sound of his heart beating. This sound entered his mind, but it didn't cause Wang Lin's heart to beat according to some rule. Instead, it disturbed Wang Lin's heartbeat, making it feel like there were two different heartbeats echoing in his ears. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked around. This was the last layer. This place wasn't big and there was no earth. Instead, there were numerous vein-like things that were hundreds of meters thick. They spread out in all directions, and every time the sound of a heartbeat could be heard, all of the blue veins in the area would begin to wriggle. In Wang Lin's divine sense, he could clearly see a giant heart in the distance where these blood vessels were connected. Every time this heart beat, Wang Lin's heart would feel pain, as if it was going to shatter. Everything here was a bit different from what he had seen in the Inheritance Palace, but it was roughly the same. After all, he had only vaguely scanned this place, and now he had truly stepped into this place. Wang Lin knew time was of the essence. He didn't know how long Blue Dream and the others could delay the old Devil Jean, but every second he wasted could mean the old Devil Jean catching up to him. At this moment, there was no way for him to observe carefully and advance slowly. His body flickered, and he unleashed his fastest speed. A long streak of light whistled through the air, piercing through the blood vessels. Luckily, there were no fierce beasts here, so Wang Lin didn't run into any obstacles at all. In an instant, he crossed an endless distance, but the giant heart seemed to be able to sense Wang Lin's arrival. As Wang Lin moved forward, the sound of the heart beating became more and more frequent. The sound seemed to contain some kind of strange power, and his own heartbeat was completely out of sync with the sound of the heart. This caused Wang Lin's face to turn pale, and the pain in his chest was unbearable. The closer he got to the heart, the more intense the feeling became. In the end, the thumping sounds became one, as if a needle was stabbing into Wang Lin's heart. The pain was something he couldn't describe with words. However, all these strange changes did not affect the EC puppet that had turned into a black fog behind Wang Lin. Its tongue was very long, and as it moved forward, the murderous aura in its eyes became even stronger. There was even a hint of irritation in its eyes. Although the pain was intense, Wang Lin didn't stop at all. Like a gust of wind, he appeared at the center of this floor amidst the intense pain that could drive a person mad. He saw the huge heart and the countless blood vessels connected to it, spreading out in all directions. As the heart beat, the blood vessels all squirmed along with it. Here, Wang Lin's heartbeat was even more chaotic compared to the giant heart, as if it was incompatible. A mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. This was a sign that his heart was about to explode. All the blood vessels in his body swelled up, and the blood inside his body flowed fast and slow. It moved with his heartbeat and was about to explode. This was not a spell, or a Tao spell, but the power of this heartbeat was extremely shocking. Even with Wang Lin's ancient Tao body, he couldn't resist it, unless he didn't have a heart. His face was pale, and Wang Lin's right hand clutched his chest. He could clearly feel his heart beating erratically, and even his hand was shaking. Wang Lin staggered as he clenched his teeth and let out a roar. He coughed out blood and appeared above the giant heart. His body moved up and down along with the heartbeat. Forcibly suppressing the pain, Wang Lin sat down on top of the heart. He closed his eyes and focused all his attention on the heart. Yemo, I inherited your god, inherited your bloodline, and inherited your arms. Now I'm going to inherit your heart, so this inheritance will be complete. If you agree, then stop this erratic heartbeat and keep it the same as mine. Wang Lin's divine sense entered the heart below him. However, just as his divine sense spread out, the heart began to beat even more violently. However, it was not the same as Wang Lin's, and a tyrannical aura spread out, creating a powerful rejection force against Wang Lin. I have passed most of the ancient god calamity and obtained the recognition of the ancient ancestor. I have already obtained most of your inheritance. I know the heart is beating unwillingly, but you are already dead. You're already dead. Give me your inheritance, and I'll complete your unfinished wish. I, Wang Lin, will take care of your relatives on the immortal astral continent for you and ensure their safety. You fought against the seven-colored celestial sovereign and died. I, Wang Lin, will fight against the seven-colored soul. Whether I win or lose, I'll continue the battle from back then. The heart below Wang Lin suddenly stopped beating and calmed down for a moment. However, it slowly showed signs of beating like crazy once more. At the same time, a powerful divine sense filled with resentment rushed into Wang Lin like an illusion. Give me back my left eye. I'll definitely help you find her left eye. This is my promise to you, Yimo. Wang Lin opened his eyes and immediately spoke. The moment he spoke, the heart below him trembled and stopped beating erratically. It chose to keep pace with Wang Lin's heartbeat. A powerful ancient aura rushed out and rushed into Wang Lin's body as the heart beat in sync with Wang Lin's. Wang Lin's white hair fluttered rapidly as if a gust of wind was blowing at his face. The 8 ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly. There were signs that the 9th star was about to form. The recommendation votes had to be awesome this week. Chapter 1776. The powerful aura that entered Wang Lin's body through the heart rumbled like thunder inside Wang Lin's body. This caused Wang Lin to feel like he was inside a violent storm. The 3 stars between his eyebrows and his eyes spun madly. Vaguely, they all showed signs of becoming 9 stars. The sound of the giant heart beating matched Wang Lin's heartbeat. Wang Lin even had the illusion that he and the giant heart had fused into one, as if this heart was his. His heartbeat matched the heart, and this feeling became stronger and stronger. In the end, there was no other sound in Wang Lin's ears, only the sound of his heartbeat. This sound echoed and caused Wang Lin's body to feel very comfortable. It was warm, and the pain in his heart slowly dissipated. A kind of enlightenment appeared in Wang Lin's mind. This enlightenment came from the heartbeat. After his experience in the last layer of the ancient order tomb, Wang Lin felt like his heart was being stabbed by needles, as if it was going to collapse. This wasn't a spell, or a Tao spell. Now that Wang Lin had calmed down and his heart was in sync with the heartbeat, he slowly grasped some clues. Using your own heartbeat to cause another person's heartbeat to change the rhythm of their heartbeat, causing their heart to collapse and die, or making the other person's heartbeat the same as your own to indirectly control it. This method is impossible to guard against. Perhaps I can use this enlightenment to create a spell that belongs to me. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they shined brightly. As he absorbed the ancient aura from the heart, he began to deduce the feasibility of this idea. The heartbeat is like sound, and the sound of this sound needs some help to spread out. I have the thunder essence in my essence, so the sound of thunder can achieve the same effect. If I gather my essence in my heart and amplify my heartbeat countless times, then spread it out from my body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. I also need to use my dream Tao to fuse the sound of the heartbeat with my dream Tao. When it enters the other person's ears, it can cause them to hallucinate and cause their heartbeat to change. This way, I can achieve a certain effect. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. If I use it with my ethereal fire essence and fuse it with the sound of the heartbeat, then when the other person's heartbeat is changed and they become irritated, the ethereal fire will burn. Wang Lin closed his eyes and continued to deduce in his mind. The EC puppet that looked like a demon squatted by his side. The ferocious look in its eyes grew even stronger, and a violent aura emanated from its body as it let out mindless roars. Just as Wang Lin and Yimo's heart inheritance fused, and he was comprehending the heart spell, in the second to last layer of the ancient order tomb, A thunderous rumble echoed outside the entrance to the last layer. A fierce battle was taking place. There was a thunderous rumble, and the earth seemed to be torn apart. As the wind howled, the third concubine, Tang Shan, was thrown out of the sky and landed on the collapsed earth. She kicked up a large amount of dust. Tang Shan's face was pale, and she struggled to get up. Large amounts of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and her mind was shaken. She was seriously injured. Not far away from her, Yin Yi's face was ashen and his eyes were closed. He had been injured, and when the old devil Jean waved his sleeve, his injuries had erupted and he had almost died. There was also Ta Senator. His body was surrounded by 3 black battle characters, and he couldn't escape. The sky was dark, and the storm was raging. Several figures could be vaguely seen within the storm. General Xian Wu and General Rosefinch were also among them. The ones fighting them were the 2 middle-aged cultivators from Planet 5 Elements. The 4 of them were filled with spells, and thunderous rumbles echoed. It was difficult to determine victory or defeat. However, compared to them, a real battle was taking place in the distance. That was where the old devil Jean was. Around him, Tao Master Blue Dream and the old man, named Ma, were surrounding the old devil Jean. Tao Master Blue Dream's expression was gloomy, and he staggered a bit. Most of his spells were defensive, so he couldn't get close to the old devil Jean. Only the old man, named Ma, revealed a helpless expression, but his attacks caused the earth to rumble. He had to act. He had brought his fellow cultivators from Planet 5 Elements here because of Xian Luo's request. If he didn't act, he feared Xian Luo would be unhappy and he would never be able to leave this cave world again. There was a flash of coldness in the old devil Jean's eyes. If it wasn't for these 2 stopping him, he would have already entered the last layer of the Ancient Order tomb and killed Wang Lin to obtain the 3rd soul. However, these 2 were very difficult to deal with. They were willing to get injured to stall him. As a result, even he wouldn't be able to enter the last layer in a short period of time. Fellow cultivator Blue Dream, the old man is about to use a powerful spell. As the 3 of them fought, the old man, named Ma, took a few steps back. His face was slightly pale, and he immediately sent a message. The moment he sent the message, Tao Master Blue Dream waved his sleeves and blue light shrouded his body as he charged at the old devil Jean. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and old ghost Jean waved his right hand. The word battle appeared and rapidly expanded. It turned into a monstrous force that spread in all directions. The blue light distorted and immediately collapsed. A grain of light dares to compete with the bright moon. The old devil Jean let out a cold snort as he waved his sleeves and charged at the old man, named Ma. He didn't care about Blue Dream. After all, Blue Dream hadn't gone through an arcane tribulate. However, the old man named Ma was different. If the old devil Jean didn't want to be entangled by the old man, he had to seriously injure the old man. As the old man, named Ma, retreated, his right hand formed a seal, and he was about to use a spell. However, when he saw the old devil Jean charge past Tao Master Blue Dream, his expression became extremely gloomy. This Blue Dream can't even block me for a long time. However, whether it was him or old devil Jean, they had both underestimated Tao Master Blue Dream. Blue Dream was one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, and even the sovereign dreaded him. Even though he hadn't gone through an arcane tribulate, he had to have his own methods. At this moment, Tao Master Blue Dream bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood fused with the collapsed blue light and formed an ancient zither before him. The ancient zither gave off an ancient aura as if it had existed for countless years. It was originally invisible and had fused with Tao Master Blue Dream's blood. After being sealed for countless years, Tao Master Blue Dream had taken it out to release its full power. This ancient zither was Tao Master Blue Dream's treasure and his final ace. This was the real reason the sovereign dreaded him. Tao Master Blue Dream had only used this zither once in his life, and that was the battle that made him famous. That zither music had buried tens of thousands of bones, and looking back, it had been thousands of years. Although he hadn't gone through an arcane tribulate, he had spent even more time refining this ancient zither than when he went through an arcane tribulant. The origin of this zither was extremely mysterious. It vaguely felt like it wasn't something from the cave world. The ancient zither appeared, and Tao Master Blue Dream's eyes were filled with sadness. He missed his wife. Although she was in his storage space, he couldn't make her recover. He let out a sigh as he sat down behind the zither. His hands pressed down on the strings, and he gently plucked. Clang! As the zither music echoed, old Devil Jean, who was walking past down Master Blue Dream toward the old man named Ma, suddenly stopped. He retreated 30 feet to the side and suddenly turned around. The moment he turned around, the sound of the zither echoed. Tao Master Blue Dream played the zither and ripples spread out. They surrounded old Devil Jean and sealed off all directions. The old man, named Ma's eyes revealed a strange light, and his pupils shrank as he looked at Tao Master Blue Dream. He didn't recognize this zither, but he could tell it was extraordinary. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to raise his right hand and point at the sky. 5-element golden celestial. Condensed golden celestial. Boundless golden light suddenly rose from the body of the old man, surnamed Ma, and shot straight into the sky. In an instant, the sky rumbled, and the shattered sky was directly covered by a sheet of golden light. From afar, the sky had turned golden. It was like the 9 songs and 3 signs. 5-element earth celestial. Condensed golden celestial. The old man, named Ma, lifted his left hand and pointed at the ground. As the ground rumbled, it was immediately replaced by darkness. It spread out madly, and in the blink of an eye, the ground had turned completely black, and everything was covered up by it. After continuously using the 5-element and 2 celestial spells, the old man, named Ma, was extremely tired. He didn't want to use them anymore, so he pointed at the earth and suddenly moved. At this moment, the sound of Tao Master Blue Dream's zither became more and more intense. It turned into killing intent and completely sealed off old Devil Jean's surroundings. Old Devil Jean's eyes lit up, and he waved his right hand. The word battle appeared, and he waved his hand. The word battle collapsed, and the zither music sealed off the area. The zither music suddenly became louder, and ripples echoed. The moment the word battle collapsed, it resisted. At the same time, the old man named Ma's spell pointed at old Devil Jean. The golden celestial rumbled, and a giant, golden hand shot out from the sky toward old Devil Jean. Shortly after, a giant, black hand came out from the black earth and pressed down on old Devil Jean. There was a flash of coldness in old Devil Jean's eyes. As the spell closed in, he raised his right hand and hit the spot between his eyebrows. There was a thunderous bang, and a blurry shadow that looked like a soul came out from old Devil Jean's body. This shadow seemed to be wearing a cloak that covered everything below its eyes, revealing only its gloomy eyes and long hair. It was the 7-colored celestial sovereign's soul and old Devil Jean's body that had been separated. The 7-colored soul, wearing the cloak, quickly spread out his hands to form a cross. As his hair fluttered, his hands moved once more. This time, one above and one below, they collided with the 2 giant hands formed by Big Gold and Black Earth. It was at this moment that the ancient aura spread out from the entrance to the last layer of the ancient order tomb. The sound of a heartbeat that sounded like thunder echoed. This was Wang Lin's heartbeat. Recommendation ticket. Chapter 1777. The 7-colored soul flew out from old Devil Jean's body, and the cloak wrapped around his soul. His hands moved up and down, and his soul collided with the 2 giant hands formed by the golden sky and black earth. A thunderous rumble echoed. Old Devil Jean was extremely powerful. Even without the 7-colored soul, he was close to the peak of arcane tribulant and was half an early-stage void tribulant cultivator. What's more, he had been chosen by the 7-colored soul to fuse with him. As a result, his cultivation was infinitely close to the 7-colored celestial sovereigns. At this moment, his soul and body separated. The 7-colored soul waved its arms, causing the sky to change colors. The golden sky arm directly collapsed. At the same time, the giant hand formed by the black earth also collapsed. Even the Zitherwell seal in Tao Master Blue Dream's body dissipated under the impact of this thunderous rumble. Tao Master Blue Dream coughed out blood, and the Zither beside him buzzed. He was seriously injured. However, he didn't hesitate to play the Zither once more. The two forces shot toward the seven-colored soul and Old Devil Jean. Even the old man, named Ma, suffered a large amount of backlash from the seven-colored soul's spell being broken. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and he was forced back thousands of feet. However, he clenched his teeth, turned around, and charged out once more. At the same time, the moment the seven-colored soul and Old Devil Jean's spells collided, the Old Devil Jean charged toward Ba Er Yun, where the two middle-aged cultivators from Planet 5 Elements were fighting against the Black Tortoise and Rose Finch. The Black Tortoise and Rose Finch had obviously reached an agreement with the Old Devil Jean, which was why they were helping. Or perhaps they were forced by the situation. They believed that following the orders of the Old Devil Jean was their only choice. They even felt that the Old Devil Jean would eventually become the new seven-colored celestial sovereign. The Old Devil Jean closed in, flicked his sleeve, and sent out two battle characters, which rumbled toward the two cultivators from Planet 5 Elements. The characters collapsed in front of them, transforming into a massive force that seriously injured them and sent them flying backward, blood spraying from their mouths. A shocking battle intent erupted from Old Devil Jean's body. He was the creator of the battle scrolls and possessed the battle origin. If he hadn't fused with the seven-colored soul and been affected by the soul's nature, he wouldn't have been so hesitant. Now that his soul was separated from his body, most of the influence dissipated, and Old Devil Jean returned to his domineering self. The tyranny of war. You two, hurry to the entrance and kill Wang Lin. The Old Devil Jean waved his sleeve, and the two generals, the Black Tortoise and Rose Finch, charged toward the entrance formed by the collapse of the mountain. After he finished speaking, the old man, named Ma, arrived before the Old Devil Jean. The two of them looked at each other, and a rumble seemed to explode in their bodies. Compared to the old man, named Ma, Tao Master Blue Dream was anxious, but all his energy was focused on the zither music to trap the seven-colored soul and restrict the Old Devil Jean. He didn't have any spare energy to stop the Black Tortoise and Rose Finch. They were about to enter and disturb Wang Lin. Tangshan didn't give up on being unconscious. She clenched her teeth and jumped forward to stop the Black Tortoise and Rose Finch. Not far away, Tua's son, who was sealed by the three battle characters, let out a roar and punched the weakened battle characters. The moment the characters collapsed, he charged out toward the Black Tortoise and Rose Finch. However, he and Tangshan were still a bit slower than the Black Tortoise and the Vermilion Bird. Just as the Black Tortoise and the Vermilion Bird appeared at the entrance formed by Shan Zheng's collapse and were about to enter, a shocking change suddenly occurred. The fastest was the Black Tortoise. He was 30 feet faster than Rose Finch, but just as he closed in, the sound of a heartbeat echoed in his ears like thunder. This caused his heart to beat violently. This sudden beating created a heart-wrenching pain that caused the Black Tortoise's expression to change greatly. His ears rumbled, and the pain in his heart made him feel as if there was a hand grabbing him and trying to crush his heart. The Black Tortoise let out a shrill cry of pain from the sudden pain. Its body immediately stopped moving forward, and just as it was about to retreat, a pitch-black hand appeared out of nowhere and pressed against its chest, where its heart was. With a bang, the Black Tortoise General coughed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back toward the Vermilion Bird. At the same time the Rose Finch General was startled, he also heard the sound of his heart beating. The sound was chaotic and turned into intense pain. This caused Rose Finch's face to immediately turn pale, and he retreated without hesitation. However, just as he retreated, an ear-piercing roar filled with brutality and violence, along with madness and bloodthirst, came from the entrance. At the same time, a black shadow flashed and appeared before Rose Finch. The Rose Finch General only had time to see the black shadow clearly before he coughed out blood. The black shadow crashed into him and sent him flying in an arc. However, the black shadow followed closely behind the Rosefinch general and grabbed Rosefinch. As he was thrown away, the black shadow revealed a fierce smile and bit Rosefinch's neck. The vermilion bird general let out a horrifying scream. Its body rapidly withered, and a large amount of blood was sucked away by the black shadow. This happened in an instant, so fast that it was unimaginable. The vermilion bird general was still in the air, and before it could even land, the black shadow on its body suddenly raised its head and stomped on the vermilion bird general's body. When the vermilion bird general's body was stomped to the ground, the black shadow borrowed the force to fly into the air. It was the EC puppet. This sudden scene caused Tang Shan and Tua San to stop. It also attracted the attention of Dao Master Blue Dream, the old man named Ma, Old Devil Jean, and the seven-colored soul. As everyone's gazes gathered, Wang Lin's figure slowly appeared at the entrance to the last floor. Everyone who saw him gasped because Wang Lin's appearance had changed greatly. He was still wearing a white robe, but his clothes were covered in blood, making him look shocking. He still had a head of white hair, but it was messy and scattered over his shoulders. His clothes and white hair hadn't changed, but the exposed skin of Wang Lin was covered in shocking tattoos. These tattoos moved across Wang Lin's skin, causing Wang Lin's body to give off an ancient aura. His face was covered in runes, making him look very crude. His eyes shone with a silver light, and as he stood there, he gave off an aura that made him look down on the world. His silver eyes were cold and merciless, and there was also a killing intent that would make people's hearts go cold in his silver eyes. What was even more shocking, what shocked Tua-san, was that there were 9 stars rotating between Wang Lin's eyebrows. In his right eye, there were also 9 demon stars circling around. Only his left eye only had 8 demon stars. On top, blood flowed out from his left eye and dripped onto his white robe. You obtained all of Yi Wu's inheritance. Old Devil Jean's expression changed. He immediately felt a sense of crisis from Wang Lin. This feeling caused his mind to tremble. Not only him, but everyone who saw Wang Lin's silver eyes trembled. Dao Master Blue Dream was a bit better. After all, he was Wang Lin's elder. However, when the old man named Ma saw Wang Lin's silver eyes, his mind trembled. Silver eyes. Rumor has it that when the celestial ancestor descends, there are 9 songs and 3 signs, one of which is the golden sky and the black earth. Rumor has it that the 9 songs and 3 signs are also the changes the ancient ancestor descends. The 3 signs are the celestial ancestor, and the 9 songs are the ancient ancestor. I once heard that 2 of the 9 songs are the silver eyes and the golden body. Hard. This Wang Lin only inherited Yi Mo's inheritance. How could he have silver eyes? Even Hua Mo doesn't have it. While everyone was shocked, Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin walk out from the entrance. His eyes were filled with excitement. When he first saw the silver eyes on the last floor of the ancient order tomb, a huge wave was set off in his heart. Now that he saw it again, it was still the same. The ancient ancestor's soul blood allowed him to obtain the first song of the 9 songs, the silver eyes. While everyone was shocked, Wang Lin's gaze swept the earth and paused for a moment where Xian Luo was. He seemed to have seen something with his silver eyes, but aside from himself, no one knew if he had seen it or not. Old Devil Jean's expression changed, and he charged at the 7-colored soul. His body and soul fused before Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin didn't stop him, and there was no need to stop him. After fusing, the 7-colored soul around Old Devil Jean covered the sky and charged at Wang Lin with a grin. Dao Master Blue Dream and the old man named Ma were about to stop him, but at this moment, Wang Lin's calm voice echoed in the 7-colored soul. Seniors, thank you for your hard work. I'll fight this battle. Wang Lin naturally saw the injuries of Dao Master Blue Dream and the old man named Ma. He wanted to know what kind of power he had after obtaining the inheritance. The moment he spoke, the heartbeat inside Wang Lin's body became even more intense and thunderous. The thunderous rumbles caused the heart to beat. The moment old Devil Jean closed in, the thunderous rumbles entered old Devil Jean's mind and landed on old Devil Jean's heart. Old Devil Jean suddenly stopped, and a sharp pain came from his heart. His heartbeat became chaotic, as if it was going to collapse. What kind of spell is this? Old Devil Jean's expression changed. He raised his right hand and pressed it against his chest in an attempt to suppress the violent beating of his heart. Chapter 1778. This is a battle between a god and a celestial. Wang Lin's cultivation slowly dissipated and his essences shrank. His body was now filled with dense ancient Tao aura. Back then, the seven-colored celestial sovereign fought against Yemo, and Yemo died. That was a pity. Today's battle can be called fate. The battle between Wang and you will continue the past. Wang Lin raised his right hand and clenched his fist. Bursts of thumping sounds came from his palm. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with silver light as he waved his sleeve and walked toward old Devil Jean. As he moved forward, Wang Lin's heartbeat rumbled, disturbing the old Devil Jean's mind. The old Devil Jean felt intense pain in his heart, and his expression was extremely gloomy. In the sky, the EC puppet let out a scream and turned into a cloud of black fog that shot toward old Devil Jean. "Heart, thunder, rise," Wang Lin calmly said. The moment his voice echoed, the heartbeat that sounded like thunder became even faster and became one. As his heart beat violently, the old Devil Jean let out a roar. He ignored the pain in his heart and charged at Wang Lin. Chaotic heart, collapse in one step. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes, and the earth rumbled. At this moment, it was as if all the heartbeats had gathered on the old Devil Jean. The thunderous rumbles caused his heart to show signs of collapse. Old Ghost Jean's expression was ferocious, and his right hand clenched his chest. His chest immediately caved in. He had used a spell to control his body to block his heart, making it impossible for it to beat. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he stepped forward. He raised his right hand and formed a fist. The ancient Tao aura gathered in his right hand. The 9 stars between his eyebrows and the 17 stars in his eyes shined brightly. They fused into his fist and formed the ancient Tao punch that could split the world. He threw a punch at old Ghost Jean. A thunderous rumble shook the world. The sky collapsed and the earth shattered. The old Devil Jean's hand formed a seal, and he wrote the word battle 7 times. It collided with Wang Lin's punch. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and 6 of the 7 battle words collapsed. Wang Lin's punch also dissipated. The old Devil Jean's body trembled, and he retreated a few steps. The remaining battle word closed in on Wang Lin and exploded before Wang Lin. It turned into a shockwave that landed on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin let out a muffled groan, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As he retreated, he suddenly looked up. At this moment, the EC puppet closed in on the old Devil Jean and began a battle with the old Devil Jean. After he absorbed the 7-color Taoist, he is indeed much stronger than before. Even though I have obtained all of Yemo's inheritances besides the left eye, I'm still not his match. However, I can risk it once, regardless of whether I win or lose. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he recalled Yemo's strongest spell from the inheritance he had obtained. This spell was something Yemo had learned from the ancient Tao clan's temple. It was a spell that belonged to the ancient Tao clan. Wang Lin had been immersed in the illusion spell of the inheritance in the ancient order tomb. He had personally seen this spell and found it difficult to forget. Now that he had obtained all of the inheritances except the left eye, he had gained a lot of understanding of this spell. He slowly raised his arm and clenched his fist before throwing a punch. What followed this punch were the 9 ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows. These 9 stars rotated and fused with this punch. God Tremble, Soldier, Cultivator formation. There were no celestial soldiers here like in the illusion, but this didn't affect Wang Lin's actual combat. The moment the punch landed, the collapsed earth trembled and seemed to be sucked in by this punch. It was as if Wang Lin's punch had become the center of the earth. Even though the earth was collapsing, it was rotating around this punch. The earth rotated, but Wang Lin didn't move. This scene caused the expression of old Devil Jean, who was battling the EC puppet, to change greatly. He felt a sense of crisis, and his body trembled. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood that turned into a large mouth that attempted to devour the EC puppet. After forcing it back a bit, old Devil Jean charged at Wang Lin. Before he could get close, Wang Lin stretched out his fist and pulled back. Then he opened his fist and gently waved it forward. At the same time, the 8 ancient demon stars in Wang Lin's left eye rotated and fused with Wang Lin's palm. Demonic spell, Fire Beacon Mountain. As the earth rotated and twisted, fire beacons appeared and formed 8 pillars of smoke around Wang Lin. Demonic energy filled the area and mournful roars came from them. At the same time, 8 blurry ancient demon shadows appeared within the 8 pillars of fire beacons. They let out roars and waves of demonic energy rapidly rotated around Wang Lin's body. From a distance, these 8 pillars of fire beacons seemed to connect together to form a storm. Old Ghost John's body charged into the fire beacon storm. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, he was about to break through the storm and charge in. However, he didn't have time to do this. The EC puppet let out a violent roar and began to tangle with old Devil Jean once more. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he stood behind the storm of fire beacons. After throwing out a punch, his right hand stopped in the air and his index finger pointed forward. Demonic Tao, life and death reversal. After he spoke, the person Wang Lin was pointing at was old Devil Jean outside the storm. Old Devil Jean's expression changed greatly. He immediately felt the vitality in his body rapidly turn into death aura. As Wang Lin pointed, the entire ancient order tomb showed signs of collapsing. Whether it was this layer, the layer below, or the layer above, all of them were filled with endless death aura. This death aura was formed by all the creatures that had died here over the countless years. At this moment, as Wang Lin pointed with his finger, all the death aura gathered like smoke and shot toward Wang Lin. In an instant, aside from the storm of fire beacons, the death aura covered everything around Wang Lin. Because there was too much death aura, it formed an ocean and turned the rotating earth into a sea of death. Inside this death aura, the aura of an ancient devil rumbled and faint ghostly wails echoed. God, demon, devil, ancient Tao, no celestial. Wang Lin muttered as his finger formed a palm and gently pushed forward. The power of the 3 ancient clans inside his body rapidly fused. 9 stars of the ancient god, 9 stars of the ancient devil, 8 stars of the ancient demon. This power turned into one inside Wang Lin's body. This was the power of the ancient Tao, the strongest power Wang Lin could gather when using this spell. It fused with Wang Lin's right hand, and with a wave of his hand, a giant shadow appeared before Wang Lin. This shadow was a head, and it was as large as the earth. It occupied most of the rotating earth before Wang Lin and gave off an ancient aura. It didn't look like Yi Mo or Wang Lin, but an unfamiliar face. Wang Lin didn't know who this face belonged to, but he felt a sense of familiarity. This feeling came from his bloodline, from the soul blood the ancient ancestor had given him. If Wang Lin went to the ancient Tao on the immortal astral continent and saw the giant statue in the Grand Sky City, he would immediately recognize that the head he had formed with his ancient Tao no celestial spell was that statue. Ancient ancestor! Xian Luo's body trembled as he looked at the head. His eyes were filled with respect. The head's eyes were blurry, and it was impossible to see its pupils. At this moment, it opened its mouth and spat out an aura. This aura was like a powerful gust of wind that blew toward the earth, toward old Devil Jean, and toward the entire ancient order tomb. A powerful gust of wind blew, and the earth trembled. Crackling sounds echoed in this layer of the ancient order tomb as it turned gray and immediately petrified. The earth was covered in gray light and seemed to have solidified. It wasn't just this layer. As this aura spread out, the last layer of the ancient order tomb, without a heart, was completely petrified. Even the fog in the world above the ancient order tomb was completely petrified when the ancient Tao, no celestial, disappeared. Whether it was the fog or the platform, the entire ancient order tomb was petrified. Old Devil Jean's pupils shrank and were filled with shock. His face was deathly pale, and he retreated like crazy. He didn't even care about the EC puppet closing in on him. His hands formed a seal, and 7-colored smoke came out from his orifices. The smoke gathered around him and turned into the 7-colored Taoist soul. At the same time, the second 7-colored Taoist soul appeared. It was wrapped in a cloak and surrounded Old Devil Jean. As the cloak fluttered, the ancient order aura blew by. The 7-colored Taoist soul was immediately petrified, followed by the second soul. Finally, Old Devil Jean's body also stiffened. There was a flash of gray light, and he was completely petrified. Everything seemed to be over, but just as Old Devil Jean and the two 7-colored celestial sovereign souls were petrified, large amounts of cracks appeared and collapsed. The two 7-colored celestial sovereign souls around Old Devil Jean entered Old Devil Jean's body. Old Devil Jean's body trembled, and he coughed out blood. He was terrified. Just like when he saw Wang Lin and Li Guangbao, his mind was filled with fear. At the instant he retreated, the petrified ground collapsed, and a large area was torn apart. Along with it, the entire tomb of the ancients collapsed with a loud bang. In the area where the fourth flower was located, the black flower exploded, transforming into a tempest that swept out in all directions. Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. He wasn't able to suppress it and coughed out blood. He staggered back several thousand feet in the collapsed ancient order tomb. His eyes were filled with pity and bitterness. I forcibly used ancient order no celestial, but he still escaped. I don't have the power to use it a second time in a short period of time. If I had the left eye and the ancient demon reached 9 stars, this battle wouldn't have been so difficult. In the end, I'm still not his match. Forget it. I'll go to the 5th flower to find the real door and open the door to the cave. I'll borrow the power of the immortal astral continent to seal him. Wang Lin let out a sigh and disappeared into the collapsed ancient order tomb. Recommendation ticket. Chapter 1779. In the core of the cave world, inside the furnace surrounded by black gas, there was the 5-flower, 8-doors formation. The 5 flowers bloomed, and only the 3rd flower withered. However, the 8 gates were hidden within the 5th flower. As they fused with the 5th flower, the 8 gates could be a blade of grass, a tree, a person, a beast. All living things in the world could become gates. As a result, it would be extremely difficult to find the true door among the 8 in the 5th flower. Wang Lin had no clue, but he still had to enter the 5th flower and enter the core of the cave world, the last trial. The activation of the 5th flower required the 7-colored celestial sovereign's 3rd soul. This 3rd soul contained the memories of the 7-colored celestial sovereign, and after the 5th flower absorbed it, it underwent a mysterious change. The world that was opened was the world of the 7-colored celestial sovereign's memories. The sky was not blue. Instead, it was filled with dark clouds. Behind the dark clouds, one could vaguely see 9 suns hanging high in the sky, emitting bursts of scorching light. However, this land was too vast and boundless. Even with the 9 suns, there seemed to be places that could not be illuminated. The wind carried a hint of moisture as it swept across the ground, kicking up dust. It spread far into the endless mountain range and moaned in the mountains, causing large amounts of leaves to rustle. This mountain range surrounded the mountain range and was built with jade carvings. There were many palaces and pavilions that rose one after another. From a distance, there were no less than 1,000 of them. They overlapped with the mountain range, making it hard to tell if the mountains were made of jade or if the palaces were made of jade. Every pavilion, every hall, every carved balustrade, and jade carvings were different. They were all different, but they were all connected by the mountain range. From afar, It looked like a grand palace in the mountains. A thin layer of clouds, like a white mist of immortal chi, filled the mountain, obscuring the palace from view. There was even a mysterious feeling. Occasionally, hundreds of cranes would cry out and fly through the clouds, as if they were having fun. There were still a few people sitting on the crane, but they could not be seen clearly as they were hidden by the clouds. In this mountain range, behind the clouds, at the end of the pavilions outside the palace, there was a mountain peak. There was a small river flowing down from the top of the mountain. After many years of flowing, it had slowly washed out a river that was about 10 feet wide. It flowed down the mountain and connected to a pool at the bottom of the mountain. It was unknown how many branches it had split off to and where it went. Wang Lin sat on a blue stone next to the river, frowning as he looked at the river. On the distant mountain peak, the sound of a bell reverberated, but he didn't care. He had been in the world of the fifth flower for more than 2 months, but he hadn't found any traces of the real door. The river water was clear, and there was even a reflection of Wang Lin in the reflection. He wore a green Taoist robe that glowed with a faint green light. Clearly, it had a certain level of defensive power. A jade pendant hung from a red string was tied to a Taoist belt around his waist. The jade pendant was glittering and translucent. It was no ordinary item, and, as it flickered, it was beautiful. However, the reflection of Wang Lin in the river water was completely different from his real appearance. He had red lips and white teeth, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. His eyes were deep and profound, as if they contained infinite magic. Anyone who looked at him with the same surname would be subdued, and anyone with a different surname would be filled with admiration. He looked like he was 18 or 19 years old, and was the most handsome person Wang Lin had ever seen in his life. However, if his face was filled with the vicissitudes of time and the helplessness of life, he would look very similar to the 7-colored statue that Wang Lin had obtained from the greedy wolf. Looking at the reflection of the river water, although it had been 2 months, Wang Lin still had a strange expression on his face. After entering the 5th flower and entering the 7-colored celestial sovereign's memory, I became him. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked up at the sky. The bell in the temple behind him echoed once more. Immortal astral continent. This is the immortal astral continent. I didn't expect to step foot on the immortal astral continent for the first time in the 7-colored celestial sovereign's memory. Wang Lin looked up at the 9 suns in the sky and revealed a bitter smile. This world belonged to the 7-colored celestial sovereign and was formed from his memory. It could be said to be an illusion, but everything inside existed back then. The sects of the immortal astral continent are indeed not something the cave world can compare to. Wang Lin touched the Taoist robe on his body. The protection of this robe could resist the full power of an ascendant cultivator. However, how can I find the real door? Perhaps only the 7-colored celestial sovereign's 3rd soul knows. My current appearance is also affected by the 3rd soul, but I can feel that I haven't fully fused with the 3rd soul. I can't fuse with it. Wang Lin scooped up some river water and casually scattered it. However, just at this moment, he frowned once more. Su Dao, you have guts. The bell has rung twice, and you still haven't gone to welcome teacher out of closed-door cultivation. A sharp voice came from behind Wang Lin. Behind him, a young man in his 20s walked down the mountain path. He was also wearing a Taoist robe. This young man stared at Wang Lin with a cold gaze. I was ordered by my eldest senior brother to capture you and take you back to be punished according to the sect rules. The young man sneered as he approached Wang Lin. His right hand reached toward Wang Lin's hair. He obviously wanted to grab Wang Lin's hair and take him to the temple at the top of the mountain. Just as the young man's hand closed in, Wang Lin turned around and coldly looked at the young man. This gaze caused the young man's mind to rumble. It was as if Wang Lin's gaze was like 2 swords that pierced his eyes and directly into his soul. The young man's expression changed greatly, and he stood there in a daze. It was as if his body had frozen. All of this happened in an instant. When Wang Lin's gaze moved away, the young man seemed to recover his breath. He retreated several steps and almost fell. He looked at Wang Lin with fear in his eyes. You. Inside the world of the fifth flower, Wang Lin had taken on the appearance of the seven-colored celestial sovereign and obtained his memories. He knew that the seven-colored celestial sovereign had a weak personality and was not as ambitious as he later became. The seven-colored celestial sovereign at this age should have been protected due to his great talent. However, his teacher was in closed-door cultivation all year round, so his talent was envied. His life in the sect was not as smooth as it had been. The young man before him was one of the people that was often bullied. However, his fellow sect members wouldn't openly reject him. They would secretly deal with him. Most of them were like this young man and dealt with according to the sect rules. It wasn't until more than 10 years later that the seven-colored celestial sovereign caught the eye of his teacher and slowly rose to prominence in the sect. However, Wang Lin wasn't Su Dao, so he naturally wouldn't let history pass as it had. As the young man retreated in horror, Wang Lin took a step forward and stood next to the young man. The young man's face immediately turned pale, and the fear in his eyes became even stronger. Even now, he still couldn't imagine what had happened. He had been out for a while and had just returned yesterday. He didn't expect Su Dao to be like a completely different person. He was completely different from before when he allowed himself to be bullied. The young man was about to speak, but his voice suddenly stopped. Wang Lin's right hand grabbed his neck and lifted him up. His breathing was blocked, and his face immediately turned red. He grabbed Wang Lin's arm and struggled to break free. However, no matter how much he struggled, Wang Lin's hand was like an iron clamp that didn't slow down at all. Wang Lin grabbed the young man's neck and slowly pulled him closer. He looked at the young man and said, word for word, "Don't provoke me. There won't be a next time, understand?" The young man's pupils were a bit unfocused, and he was almost scared out of his wits. He trembled and couldn't nod, but his expression clearly showed that he didn't dare to provoke Wang Lin again. Wang Lin slowly let go and smiled. He patted the young man's head and slowly said, "Follow me up the mountain." With that, he turned and walked toward the temple at the top of the mountain. The young man touched his neck and gasped for breath. It took him a while to recover, and he looked at Wang Lin with fear and awe. At that moment, he felt death. He even felt that Su Dao could really kill him with a thought. He trembled and quickly followed behind Wang Lin. The mountain road was winding, and the steps seemed to go into the sky. As Wang Lin walked on them, the wind blew his hair and clothes. There was also the fragrance of the earth and the wind that seeped into his heart. It was very comfortable. With this kind of celestial spiritual energy, all life on the immortal astral continent will become strong and suitable for cultivation. Even plant spirits will appear and fierce beasts will turn into humans. Although Wang Lin knew that even the celestial spiritual energy and fragrance in the wind were fake, this meant that the immortal astral continent was indeed like this. It was completely different from the cave world. As they moved forward, the dark clouds in the sky became even thicker. When a few of them came into contact with each other, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Lightning flashed by, and when they looked up, the lightning looked like a silver snake twisting and flashing by. "It's going to rain," Wang Lin murmured as he walked up the steps to the top of the mountain. He saw the magnificent temple at the top of the mountain. This temple was thousands of feet wide and looked like the habitat of a giant beast. Outside the temple was a square about 10,000 feet wide. There was a giant incense burner in the center with 9 incense sticks as thick as an arm burning. Green smoke rose into the air. At this moment, there were nearly 100 cultivators standing on the square. They were in groups of 2s and 3s and talking to each other. The moment Wang Lin stepped into the square, thunder rumbled and bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky, forming a curtain of rain. Even people's figures became blurry in the rain. The rain fell on the green stones of the square, making pitter-patter sounds. The sound intersected with the sound of the rain, making the sound even louder. Almost in an instant, the entire ground of the square was filled with countless ripples from the rain. Chapter 1780. As the rain fell, The sound also became more rapid. However, the 9 incense sticks in the incense burner at the center of the square showed no signs of extinguishing. The green smoke was still rising, and no matter how fast the rain fell, it couldn't make the green smoke dissipate. It blended with the rain, and the smoke and rain formed an extremely beautiful picture. The misty rain was like a dream. The moment the rain fell, someone opened an umbrella above Wang Lin's head. The person holding the umbrella was the young man behind him. The young man had an awkward expression and didn't look at anyone. He held the umbrella for Wang Lin and left with Wang Lin. The gazes of the nearly 100 cultivators in the square gathered. A young man in a black Taoist robe was leading the group. They frowned and were about to berate the young man, but at this moment, the bell rang for the 3rd time. As the bell chimed, the green smoke rising from the incense burner twisted in midair and rapidly gathered together to turn into a gigantic vortex. The vortex spun with loud rumbling sounds and pushed away the rain around it. At that instant, an indistinct figure appeared within the vortex of green smoke. The figure took a step forward and stood on the ground. "Welcome back, teacher." At this moment, the nearly 100 cultivators all clasped their hands and bowed at the figure. It was a middle-aged man with black hair casually draped over his shoulders. He wasn't handsome, but there was a strange temperament about him that made him look like an immortal. He stood in the air, and his gaze swept past the disciples below. In the end, his gaze landed on Wang Lin. When he saw the young man behind Wang Lin holding the umbrella, he couldn't help but frown. However, he soon relaxed and smiled. "Su Dao, Zhou Li, the 2 of you come with me to the hall. The rest of you can leave." The middle-aged man's words were gentle. As he spoke, he stepped into the air and entered the hall next to the hall. The young man in black, who had been berated by the people who wanted to berate Wang Lin, had a very serious expression. He quickly nodded and looked at Wang Lin before walking toward the hall. Wang Lin's expression was calm. In the 7-colored celestial sovereign's memory, his teacher was very good to him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in closed-door cultivation all year round, he wouldn't have received unfair treatment in the sect. The 7-colored celestial sovereign's personality was a bit weak, so he didn't say these things. As for Zhou Li, he was the eldest senior apprentice brother of the 7-colored celestial sovereign, and he was also very talented. Normally, he was very gentle, but in reality, he looked down on the 7-colored celestial sovereign. He didn't pay attention to the bullying from others. Stepping into the rain, Wang Lin walked into the hall under the jealous gazes of his fellow sect members. At the head of the hall, the middle-aged man sat on a chair, and Zhou Li respectfully stood to the side. The middle-aged man slowly said, "Teacher won't be coming out of closed-door cultivation for long. After giving the 2 of you some instructions, I'll go into closed-door cultivation again." He looked at Zhou Li and Wang Lin and pondered a bit. Wang Lin had a familiar memory of this scene from the memory of the 7-colored celestial sovereign's 3rd soul. He knew that Su Dao's teacher would teach him and Zhou Li the same spell after giving him some instructions. This spell was one of the 3 most powerful spells of the Donglin sect, the Cloud Dao spell. If one cultivated it to the peak, they could learn the essence of this spell. The introductory incantation wasn't long, but there was something strange about it. Not everyone could cultivate it. Once the incantation was memorized, when the incantation circulated within the body, clouds would appear. If the clouds were thin, it meant that one couldn't learn the incantation. Similarly, if the clouds were thick and there were illusions, it would be the best. In addition, the time it took to activate the spell was also part of the test. In the countless years of the Donglin sect, the fastest person to activate the spell was 7 breaths of time, and the slowest person took several hours. Back then, when the 7-colored celestial was learning this spell, he became timid due to Zhou Li's cold gaze. He hesitated and slowed down his speed. In the end, it took him 20 breaths of time to complete 1 cycle. As for Zhou Li, it took him 11 breaths of time. Also, after he finished circulating it, the clouds that rose from his body became chaotic because of Zhou Li's gaze. He was unable to focus all of his attention on it, so there were very few clouds. Zhou Li completely suppressed all of them, and because Zhou Li's clouds turned into a phantom, they devoured all of the clouds Su Dao had sent out. This scene was seen by the seven-colored celestial sovereign's teacher. He let out a sigh and didn't teach Su Dao the three great spells of the Donglin sect. Instead, he taught Su Dao the seven-colored celestial spell. All of this was recorded in Wang Lin's memory and couldn't be changed. Today, this scene appeared again. Wang Lin stood there and began to ponder. He didn't know if he should follow the memories and choose the same experience as the seven-colored celestial sovereign, or if he should reverse the memories and change everything. Logically speaking, he needed to follow the seven-colored celestial sovereign's memories so that he could fuse with the seven-colored celestial sovereign's memories more deeply. Perhaps after many years, when he fused with the seven-colored celestial sovereign, he would know where the true door was. However, it was still unknown if this would happen. Most importantly, Wang Lin didn't want to completely fuse with the third soul. If he did, Xie would never awaken. The moment he fused, Xie would disappear and Wang Lin would become the new seven-colored celestial sovereign. In addition, Wang Lin didn't want to do this. This spell is one of the three most powerful spells of my Donglin sect. It is called the Cloud Dao spell, but your cultivation level isn't high enough, so you must learn this introductory spell first. However, this introductory spell also has a requirement. Only one person in each generation of my Donglin sect can learn it. Today, I'll choose the two of you to find the one most suitable for this spell. The middle-aged man's voice echoed in the hall. As he spoke, he explained the method of selection, including the thickness of the clouds and the amount of time it took for the clouds to circulate in his body. Zhou Li lowered his head, and it was difficult to hide the desire in his eyes. The middle-aged man slowly said, "The Grand Tao is damaged, and it can't be repaired." After he said the introductory spell, he raised his right hand and pointed forward twice. Two strands of cloud energy flew out and disappeared into Zhou Li and Wang Lin's bodies. After the cloud energy enters your bodies, the two of you immediately sit down and cultivate. Use the fastest speed to circulate your body. The one who reaches the peak first has the advantage. During this process, the two of you must not be disturbed by external thoughts. Focus and circulate your body. After the middle-aged man spoke, Zhou Li sat down without hesitation. Wang Lin also sat down. Just as he was about to circulate the cloud energy in his body, Zhou Li suddenly looked at Wang Lin with a gloomy and threatening gaze. The middle-aged man naturally saw this and frowned, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin sighed in his heart. It was this gaze that made the cowardly Su Dao lose his qualification. But today, he wasn't Su Dao, he was Wang Lin. The moment Zhou Li glared at him, Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he casually glanced at Zhou Li. This gaze caused Zhou Li's body to tremble. He could clearly feel a killing intent from Wang Lin's gaze, and it caused his mind to tremble. At this moment, Wang Lin had already closed his eyes, and the cloud energy in his body began to circulate rapidly. Zhou Li quickly closed his eyes and circulated the cloud energy in his body. Time slowly passed. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. When the 8th breath arrived, a large amount of cloud energy suddenly spread out from Wang Lin's body. The middle-aged man's eyes shined brightly, and he suddenly stood up from his seat. The cloud energy around Wang Lin became thicker and thicker. In the end, it covered most of the hall. The cloud energy tumbled, and faint roars came from within. At this moment, it was the 20th breath. Zhou Li had managed to circulate the cloud energy in his body once, and his body was surrounded by the cloud energy. However, compared to Wang Lin's, the cloud energy was too insignificant. The moment the cloud energy spread out from his body, the cloud energy around Wang Lin roared loudly and turned into a huge dragon's head. The dragon's head was ferocious, and its eyes shone with a ferocious light. It swallowed towards Zhou Li, and the cloud energy around Zhou Li was sucked into the dragon's mouth. Zhou Li coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his body withered. The moment the memory was changed and reversed, the hall began to distort. The figure of the middle-aged man, who was looking at Wang Lin and completely ignoring Zhou Li, also began to distort. At the same time, the square outside the hall, the mountain outside the square, the entire mountain range outside the mountain, and the entire Donglin sect outside the mountain range began to distort. The earth in the distance also distorted, as if everything was going to collapse at this moment. This was a shocking scene that appeared after the memory was changed. Good. Su Dao, from now on, you are the second person in my line of descent who is qualified to learn this Cloud Dao spell. The middle-aged man laughed as his figure distorted. He turned to look at the terrified Zhou Li and spoke once more. Zhou Li, although you are no longer qualified to learn this Cloud Dao spell, your teacher can teach you the seven-colored celestial spell. The moment the middle-aged man finished speaking, a tearing pain came from Wang Lin's mind. Under this pain, everything around him felt like it was going to collapse. The auras of the 8 doors suddenly appeared in the world formed by 7-colored memory, but they quickly dissipated. Shortly after, the distortion returned to normal. However, a monstrous wave was set off in Wang Lin's heart. I know. Changed the 7-colored celestial sovereign's memory and caused contradictions to appear in his memory, so that at that moment, I can feel where the 8 doors are. The greater the confusion and contradiction, the clearer the feeling will be. I can even find the true door. This is my only method. Change 7-colored's memory. Su Dao, you have to cultivate this spell more during this period of time. There are still 5 months until the competition between your lineages. The top 10 will be able to enter the Donglin pool to cultivate. If you can enter the Donglin pool, your future achievements will be immeasurable. Everything had changed. Wang Lin suddenly looked up. Chapter 1781. The memory of the third soul of the 7-colored celestial sovereign had a deep impression of the competition that would take place 5 months later. In that competition, Zhou Li obtained the qualification to cultivate the Cloud Dao Great Spell. In addition, his cultivation level was quite high among this generation of the Donglin sect, so he entered the top 10 and obtained 9th place. As a result, he obtained the reward of entering the Donglin pool to cultivate. As for Su Dao, because he had lost the qualification to cultivate the Cloud Dao spell, his timid nature became even more serious. His personality even became twisted and dark. He failed in that competition. It could be said that this competition was a huge turning point in Su Dao's life, and it was also the reason for the drastic change in his personality. For the next few years, Su Dao was practically unable to recover from his setback. He rarely conversed with others and cultivated in seclusion by himself all day long. Only when he encountered his martial ancestor by chance and received personal guidance from his martial ancestor did he slowly reveal his talent. Unfortunately, good times didn't last long. Due to an accident, Su Dao was expelled from the Donglin sect. After that, there was no more Su Dao of the Donglin sect. What remained was his struggle and unwillingness. He turned it into cruelty and slaughter, eventually creating his own 7 Dao sect and becoming the sect master, the 7-colored celestial sovereign. As for Zhou Li, he was captured by the 7-colored celestial sovereign on the day he became Dao and was cruelly killed. All of this echoed in Wang Lin's mind like a picture. He sat in the middle of the mountain next to the winding river. It was still the same big stone as he looked at the river. It was as if he could see memories flowing inside the river. This was the 3rd Cloud Dao spell that Su Dao's teacher had taught him. His teacher had gone into closed-door cultivation once more. As for Zhou Li, he left in a dim light and went into closed-door cultivation. However, his hatred for Su Dao was the same as Su Dao's hatred for him in the past. The river flowed, and the memory of the third soul in Wang Lin's mind became a blur. What replaced it was the chant for the Cloud Dao spell. The Donglin sect was one of the 9 sects on the immortal astral continent, the Sure San sect. Although it was not as powerful as the Purple Yang sect, it was extremely mysterious, and its disciples rarely went out. The sect's 3 great spells were very famous on the immortal astral continent, and had been passed down since ancient times. Among the three great divine abilities, the great art of the cloud path was the most profound. It focused on the clouds of the earth, which were as ethereal as the great Tao. After comprehending the Tao with the clouds and fusing them into one could borrow the appearance of the clouds to absorb the power of the earth's clouds and turn it into one's own technique to execute the great art of the cloud path. Condensing one's own cloud beast to swallow the clouds and spit out mist was the first form of this divine ability. This divine ability was hidden within the rudimentary chant. If one could cultivate the rudimentary chant to the extreme, one would be able to comprehend the first form. To others, if they wanted to cultivate the cloud Tao great technique to perfection, they would need a lot of time, and even more so, they would need an extremely strong comprehension ability. However, Wang Lin's cultivation was already very high, and was far from what Zhou Li or Su Dao could compare to. Adding on to the fact that he had comprehended the 7 Daos on his own, it was very easy for him to cultivate this cloud path technique. Strands of white gas floated out from the river before Wang Lin. They floated toward Wang Lin like smoke and circled him several times before entering his body through his orifices. White gas slowly spread from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. It surrounded Wang Lin's body and slowly merged with him. Wang Lin's figure was faintly discernible inside the white gas. After a long time, not only did white gas appear from the river, but white gas also came from the vegetation on the mountain and merged with him. Soon, the area 1,000 feet around Wang Lin was so dark that he couldn't even see his fingers. The white gas churned as if there was a dragon inside. I wonder if I can still cultivate this cloud Tao great art after I leave the world of the 5th flower. Wang Lin pondered inside the white gas. Although he had only cultivated 2 major aspects of the art, he could see how vast and boundless it was. By absorbing cloud chi into one's body, one could change the structure of one's body. In the end, one would be like a cloud in the sky, faintly discernible, separated from the earth. A month passed in the blink of an eye as he sat there next to the river. During that time, Wang Lin sat there cross-legged, constantly absorbing the white gas that emanated from all creation. He felt very comfortable and warm inside of him. The more he cultivated the art, the more the land around him distorted, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. That was the result of his memories being altered. Were it not for the fact that his memories had been altered, the distortions would have prevented Wang Lin from finding the true door. One day, the mist surrounding Wang Lin began to dissipate. Eventually, it completely merged into his body. When Wang Lin opened his eyes, they seemed to be filled with swirling clouds. They were blurry, but filled with a strange power that would intimidate anyone who looked into them. Anyone who looked into them would feel as if they were immersed in thick clouds. They would lose their sense of direction and would lose their sense of self. This art is extraordinary. Wang Lin exhaled a mouthful of impure qi. It was a gray mist that spread out like a dragon for about 9 meters before slowly dissipating. The clouds and mist here aren't very thick. It's not enough to cultivate this art. If I want to master the basics of this art and cause my memories to change, I need to absorb more clouds and mist. Wang Lin stood up, and his eyes glittered. In his mind, an image appeared. It was something he had created, and it looked more like a map. This map was a technique Wang Lin had learned from Su Dao's master a month ago. The moment Wang Lin had altered the memories of the 3rd soul, the 8 doors hidden in the world of the 5th flower had appeared. However, the 8 doors had instantly dissipated, so Wang Lin could only rely on his feelings to draw this map. During this month, he had continued to cultivate the Cloud Dao art and stimulate the memories of the 3rd soul. Occasionally, the earth would distort and collapse, and the location of one of the doors on the map in Wang Lin's mind slowly became clearer. As he got up, Wang Lin jumped into the air and disappeared from the river. When he reappeared, he was in the sky above the Dong Lin sect. He didn't stop and gave off bursts of white gas. He was like a cloud as he flew forward. The cloud movement spell flickered endlessly. In the sky, This area was covered in dark clouds. Thunder rumbled, and rain fell on the plain below. The range of the dark clouds was very large and shrouded a city below. Countless mortals of the immortal astral continent lived in the city. Wang Lin sat down in the clouds in the sky. His hands formed a seal, and he inhaled. The thunder became even more intense, and the thunder moved across the earth. The rain became even heavier. However, the dark clouds churned. Strands of cloud energy were extracted from Wang Lin's orifices and directly entered his body. In the blink of an eye, the 7 greats had arrived. After the 7 greats, the dark clouds began to thin out, and most of them disappeared. The only thing that remained in the sky was a palm-sized cloud. The cloud seemed to have a mind of its own as it sped forward. Wherever it went, as long as there were clouds, they would immediately tumble violently when they touched the cloud. In the end, they would be absorbed, and the cloud that was the size of a palm would charge forward once again. After 7 large sects, another 7 large sects appeared. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since Wang Lin learned the Cloud Dao spell. On the last day of these 2 months, the cloud that had flown to an unknown place rapidly shrank until it turned into 7 cloud dragons. They charged into the orifices of a figure that appeared inside the clouds. Wang Lin took a deep breath and opened his eyes. His pupils had disappeared and were replaced by clouds. It looked very shocking. In these 2 months, I've cultivated the rudimentary technique of the great Cloud Dao art to the 9th level, and I'm just a step away from reaching completion. This isn't the biggest gain. The real gain is that I've found the location of one of the 8 gates as I've changed my memories. A strange light shone in Wang Lin's eyes. However, when his pupils shone through the clouds, they looked a little hazy. In his mind, one of the gates on the map he had drawn became completely clear. If I'm lucky, I might be able to find the rail gate in one go. Wang Lin took a step forward and charged down to the ground below. There was a boundless forest on the ground, and there were also mountains that stood tall. Occasionally, the roars of beasts could be heard. In an instant, Wang Lin rushed into the forest and moved forward. He quickly headed in the direction of the gate he had sensed in his mind. Before long, Wang Lin stopped beside a very ordinary tree in the forest. He stared at the tree. The tree was more than 100 feet tall, and a person looked very small under it. No one knew how long the tree had been around for, but it was as thick as 5 people holding hands. A giant python about 1,000 feet long was wrapped around the tree. Its huge head was raised, and as it flicked its forked tongue, it stared coldly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin ignored the python. He placed his right hand on the tree and slowly closed his eyes. The python's head shrank, and its body slowly crawled up the tree. It could sense how terrifying Wang Lin was, and it didn't dare to provoke him. After crawling up a few dozen feet, the python let go of the tree and jumped off the side. It landed on the ground with a bang, kicking up a large amount of dead leaves. It swung its body and slithered into the depths of the forest. The moment the python left, Wang Lin's eyes opened, and he looked at the python that was about 1,000 feet long. His eyes lit up, and he charged toward it. He grabbed the python's tail with his right hand and shook it. The python let out a roar, and as it twisted and struggled, a shocking black light came from its body. Vaguely, the shadow of a huge door appeared on the back of the python. This python was one of the 8 gates, not the tree. Wang Lin noticed this the moment the python left. Staring at the gate on the python's back, Wang Lin took a step forward. Chapter 1782. An hour later, Wang Lin left the forest. His expression was calm, but he sighed in his heart. The python was indeed one of the 8 doors, but it wasn't the real one. If I continue to search for them one by one, I might be able to find the real one. However, even if I complete the Cloud Dao Heavenly Art, the reversal of the third soul's memories isn't strong enough. In that case, it will be very difficult to find the 8 doors one by one. Right now, I can only wait for the Donglin set competition in a few months. The 7-colored celestial sovereign will never forget this competition. If I can reverse his memories during the competition, I should be able to find the real one while his memories are in chaos. Wang Lin floated in the air and began to ponder. His figure turned into a cloud and flew toward the Donglin sect. Time passed by quickly, and 3 months later. More accurately speaking, it was the 5th month since Wang Lin had learned the Cloud Dao Heavenly Art. The Donglin sect competition began. The Donglin sect was one of the 9 sure sense sections. Every 30 years, there would be a competition for the low-level disciples. The outstanding ones would be chosen to be heavily trained. They would also be allowed to cultivate in the Donglin pool for a few days, causing the competition to be extremely intense. The strong preyed on the weak, and this was a cruel thing to begin with. Therefore, even though the competition required the participants to stop when necessary, there would still be deaths and injuries. As long as there was no continuous killing, the sects would usually ignore this phenomenon. The Donglin sect had a total of 321 lineages, and each lineage would send out 3 to 5 people to participate in the competition. The lineage that won would receive great rewards, so the competition was cruel. The competition between more than 1,000 people would take a while. Every time this happened, it was a rare time for the Donglin sect to be lively. Planet Donglin was too big, and very few disciples knew each other. Each competition was a chance for them to get to know each other. On this day, Su Dao's teacher came out of closed-door cultivation again. After gathering all the disciples, he chose 3 people to participate in this competition. Naturally, Wang Lin and Zhou Li were among them. The other person was a young woman. She was beautiful and smiled before she said anything. This woman's name was Qin Mei. In the memories of the 7-colored celestial sovereign's 3rd soul, he had a deep impression of this woman, and there seemed to be some admiration for her. Unfortunately, after this competition, this woman had become Dao companions with Zhou Li, cutting off Su Dao's thoughts. It was very difficult for outsiders to imagine that the current Su Dao would become the decisive and scheming 7-colored celestial sovereign. However, Wang Lin could empathize with him. He still remembered that he was 2,000 years ago, and he was like a completely different person compared to now. The environment could change everything. Experiences could change one's nature. This was fate. It could be good or bad. Junior Marshall Brother Su, I haven't congratulated you for obtaining the qualification to cultivate the Cloud Dao Heavenly Technique. I haven't seen you around for a long time, and I only saw you today. While Wang Lin was in deep thought, a pleasant voice that sounded like the chirping of a lark entered his ears. It was Qin Mei. She looked at Wang Lin with a sweet smile. Her words were soft, and her fragrance blew into his face. Wang Lin smiled faintly. He was very calm and didn't speak. However, when Qin Mei saw his smile, she was surprised. In her memory, Su Dao had always been shy. If she spoke to him, he would definitely blush and not know what to do. However, the carefreeness in his smile was very different. It seemed to contain an indescribable feeling. Su Dao was already an extremely handsome person, and now that he had a smile similar to Wang Lin's, he had a unique charm. A short distance away, Zhou Li watched this scene with a gloomy expression. The current him looked the same as 5 months ago. However, the traces of blood and exhaustion in his eyes clearly revealed the torment he had suffered in his heart over the past 5 months. Qin Mei seemed like she wanted to speak, but her teacher waved his sleeve and a cloud surrounded the 3 of them. They flew into the air and flew toward the Donglin sect's main sect. The competition of the low-grade disciples would be held in the main sect square of the Donglin sect. If it was any other time, the disciples of the various departments weren't allowed to enter unless they were summoned. Only during the grand competition would the disciples of the various departments be able to enter this place. In fact, many people would only have this opportunity once in their entire lives. The square wasn't big, but it could hold thousands of cultivators. However, the Donglin sect was one of the 9 sects of the Sure San sect, so their foundation was immeasurable. In this square, the sect master and elders of the Donglin sect would constantly set up formations and restrictions. Every time there was a competition, they would open a small part of them and tear open the world to enter the Donglin spatial crack that belonged to the Donglin sect. That was the battlefield for the first round of the competition. At this moment, streaks of light whistled through the sky above the main square of the Donglin sect. Each streak of light was the teacher of each lineage leading the disciple over. Because this was the competition of the low-grade disciples, and there might be future geniuses among them, the Donglin sect wouldn't invite outsiders to watch. It was a matter of the sect. However, from the sect master and the high elders to the deacons, they would all come to see if there was anyone among the low-grade disciples. When Wang Lin arrived at the square, more than half of the disciples participating in the competition had arrived. Although there were a lot of people, it didn't look chaotic at all. It was very orderly, and there wasn't much noise. As a result, there was naturally an invisible pressure that filled the hearts of the people in the area. As more people gathered, the pressure grew stronger. It pressed down on their hearts, causing their hearts to beat faster, and at the same time, they did not dare to make any noise. An hour later, all 321 department's disciples had arrived. They stood in the square, nervously and silently. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but Qin Mei no longer had a smile on her face. Her expression was very serious, as if she was very nervous. Jolie was a bit better, but he was also very nervous. When Qin Mei saw Wang Lin's calmness, she was even more surprised, but for some reason, her heart slowly calmed down. Our Donglin sect has produced many geniuses, allowing our sect to become one of the 9 sects and 13 factions. All of this was exchanged for with the blood of your ancestors. It has been passed down to your generation. Today is the grand competition of your generation. I hope to see the future of our Donglin sect from you. I hope to feel the unyielding and decisive spirit of our cultivators from you. The first trial of the competition is to enter the Donglin crack for 3 days. Within 3 days, the top 30 disciples with the most tokens will pass. A majestic voice echoed across the square. There was a flash of golden light, and hundreds of figures appeared. These figures were all experts of the Donglin sect. At this moment, they were sitting in the air and looking at the 1,000 disciples below. Dozens of gazes fell on Wang Lin. Wang Lin had seen the same scene in the 7-colored celestial sovereign's memory. The words are the same, the number of participants was the same, and even the golden light in the sky was the same. The only difference was that most of the gazes in the 7-colored celestial sovereign's memory were on Zhou Li. As for Su Dao, although there were a few gazes on him, Su Dao's mind trembled. He lowered his head and looked very embarrassed. On the other hand, although Zhou Li was also trembling, he didn't retreat. He raised his head and clenched his teeth. With his talent and the qualification to learn the cloud, Dao, heavenly law, he had shined brightly. But right now, everything had changed. There were gazes on Zhou Li, but no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. The gazes only swept past him and gathered on Wang Lin. As for Wang Lin, his expression was as calm as ever. It was as if these gazes didn't affect him at all. In reality, this was indeed the case. Zhou Li clenched his fists and lowered his head. His eyes were filled with monstrous jealousy and resentment. He didn't understand why things had become like this in the past 5 months. Why did the cowardly Su Dao change so much? All of this should have belonged to him, but Su Dao had taken it away. Enter the trial. At that moment, the dignified voice rang out once more, and the entire square was replaced by colorful light. It shone brightly, and a huge vortex appeared in the sky above the square. The vortex rotated like a black hole, and within it was an unfamiliar world. The moment the vortex appeared, all the low-ranked disciples in the square were surrounded by light and turned into long arcs that shot toward the vortex. More than 1,000 people, more than 1,000 beams of light, entered the vortex. Moments later, all of them disappeared without a trace. The entire square was empty, with only the masters of the various departments remaining. They clasped hands respectfully toward the figure in the golden light, then sat down cross-legged to observe the ceremony. The vortex in the sky slowly stopped rotating after everyone entered and turned into a mirror-like surface. It clearly revealed everything inside the spatial crack. As long as one's divine sense entered it, they would be able to see everything inside. This method allowed the powerful cultivators of the Donglin sect to find future geniuses. This was a boundless, pitch-black land. The sky was dim, and it was filled with a cloud of dust and mist at dusk. This was the space fissure opened by the Donglin sect. Everything was modeled after a certain area on the immortal astral continent. When Wang Lin appeared, he was on a plain covered in grass taller than a person. This location was exactly the same as in Seven Colored's memory. Back then, Su Dao had his token snatched away in the first trial and failed. He could only watch as Zhou Li, as well as a few others from the other departments, shone brightly in the first stage. And Su Dao was just an insignificant speck of dust under that light. This matter had a deep impact on Su Dao, and he had been cruelly abused by Zhou Li. Although he hadn't been killed, that kind of injury was something Su Dao would never forget. This was the key to his change in personality. Wang Lin looked up at the dim sky and muttered to himself, "I'm here. Everything will change." He had arrived at the Kempinski Hotel in Chengdu. During the annual meeting, there would be updates, as usual. This time, he could shout for monthly votes. Chapter 1783. Wang Lin walked on the plain. The grass before him moved to the side, revealing a small path. He didn't move fast. 3 days was enough for him to complete everything. However, Wang Lin was still thinking about how to stimulate the third soul and make its memories go into chaos. Then perhaps I can do this in the first place. Wang Lin stopped and looked up at the sky. He saw a ray of light flying through the dark sky, but when it passed by Wang Lin, it suddenly stopped. There was a flash of sword light, and the figure inside the ray of light charged at Wang Lin. It was a young man wearing a blue robe. His face was filled with killing intent, and there was a bloody aura around him. The sword light closed in and was about to take Wang Lin's head. However, the moment it closed in, Wang Lin slowly raised his right hand and pointed at the sword light. The sword light flashed and collapsed, revealing the shattered flying sword and the terrified young man behind it. The young man trembled and his body exploded, disappearing before Wang Lin's finger. Only the 3 tokens were surrounded by a soft light and floated there motionlessly. "All right, I'll just get first place in this trial." Wang Lin waved his sleeve and put away the 3 tokens. He took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was next to a ray of light flying through the sky. There was a 17 or 18-year-old young man inside the ray of light. He had a vigilant expression and was constantly observing his surroundings. However, Wang Lin had appeared too suddenly, so the young man was startled and was hit by Wang Lin's palm. His body trembled and fell down. Wang Lin didn't kill randomly. He raised his palm and a token appeared in his hand. He turned around and disappeared. In the first trial of the Donglin sect, Wang Lin was like a wolf that entered a flock of sheep. Anyone he met couldn't escape, and they all had their tokens taken by him. Wang Lin gradually became famous in the first trial. Almost everyone who saw him would hand over their token in shock. Wang Lin was very casual when dealing with these low-level cultivators. He knew that this was a world formed by 7 colored memories, and everything that didn't make sense would become reasonable. For example, at this moment, all the spectators on the square of the Donglin sect outside the first test, their existences, expressions, and thoughts were actually formed from 7 colored memories. In other words, what 7 colored thought they should do was how they behaved in this world. Who is this person? In less than a day, he obtained more than 300 tokens. He is decisive in killing, and his cultivation level doesn't look much higher than ordinary people. However, each of his fingers contains cloud energy and is extraordinary. In this competition, this person will likely have no opponents. I didn't expect there to be such a person among this generation of disciples. Inside the golden light, everyone who had seen Wang Lin's performance from the vortex was shocked. The eyes of the teachers of the disciples on the ground shined brightly. Su Dao's master revealed a proud smile. The more outstanding Wang Lin's performance was, the more meritorious he would be for the Donglin sect, and the more rewards he would receive. In the first trial, Wang Lin could clearly feel that as he obtained tokens and the geniuses from Su Dao's memories fell, the surroundings began to distort and show signs of collapsing. This distortion was a sign that Seven Colored's memories were changing. The stimulation is still not enough. Wang Lin shook his head and his divine sense spread out. The moment his divine sense spread out, everyone's existence appeared in Wang Lin's mind. He was looking for the geniuses that made Seven-Colored Celestial Sovereign Su Dao jealous. These figures from Su Dao's memories had shined brightly here, and after passing this trial, they had obtained extremely high rankings in the rest of the competition. One of them was named Kuan Peng, and he excelled in speed. When he used his speed, he left behind afterimages. In Seven Colored's memories, he ranked third in the first trial. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he stepped into the void. With one step, he crossed an endless distance and appeared in the other direction of the first trial. Here, he saw the cultivator named Kuan Peng. This person was surrounded by three people, but the moment Wang Lin appeared, the three of them let out miserable screams and quickly scattered. Kuan Peng sneered and was about to chase when his body trembled. He turned around and saw Wang Lin floating 100 feet behind him. Only Wang Lin could see the distortions around Kuan Peng. As he got closer to Kuan Peng, the distortions became even more intense. It was as if the third soul was excited. Wang Lin slowly said, "Give me your token." He really didn't want to attack a little cultivator like this. Kuan Peng's pupils shrank, and he retreated without hesitation. He quickly retreated, but in Wang Lin's eyes, he was too slow. He let out a sigh and casually waved his right hand. Kuan Peng let out a miserable scream and threw out all the jade pendants. It fled in terror, and the moment it threw out the dozens of jade pendants, the distortions in the area increased. The auras of the 8 gates became stronger, but there was still a gap before they were completely revealed. Is the stimulation not enough? Then I'll help you kill Zhou Li. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and his divine sense locked onto Zhou Li. Zhou Li was in a sorry state and was carefully hiding in a mountain. He had 8 tokens on him. Damn that Su Dao. If not for him, I would have been the one to learn the Cloud Dao heavenly art. I wouldn't have been in such a sorry state in the first trial. This is all because of Su Dao. I'm going to kill him. Zhou Li's expression was ferocious. He hated Su Dao to the bone. He entered the sect much later than me. Why is he qualified to learn the Cloud Dao heavenly art? Why is teachers so important? Zhou Li's heart was filled with hatred. He clenched his teeth and began to do breathing exercises to heal his injuries. However, the mountain he was on suddenly trembled. Zhou Li gaped in shock for a moment. The mountain rumbled, and his expression changed. His body flickered, and he charged out of the mountain. The moment he stepped out, the mountain collapsed into pieces. Rubble flew out, and some of it shot toward Zhou Li. He didn't have time to dodge, and one of them smashed into him. He coughed up blood and was knocked back 1,000 feet. At the same time, Wang Lin's figure appeared behind Zhou Li. "Zhou Li," said Wang Lin calmly. Those 2 words were like thunder that struck Zhou Li's mind. Even as he tried to escape, Wang Lin's right hand pressed down on the top of Zhou Li's head. The rumbling in Zhou Li's mind became eternal. The moment Zhou Li died, Wang Lin clearly felt the distortions around him become even more intense. He also heard a faint rumble, as if the world the 5th flower was in was on the verge of collapsing. The aura hidden in the 8 doors poured out, and in an instant, Wang Lin felt the location of the 3 doors. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. Without hesitation, his body flickered and his divine sense spread out toward the remaining Donglin sect disciples. He closed in like a gust of wind, and as the Donglin sect disciples were filled with fear and shock, their jade pendants were taken away by Wang Lin. The more jade pendants he took, the more intense the distortions became, and the third soul became even more chaotic. Everything Wang Lin did was the complete opposite of the third soul's memories. This strong contrast was like tearing open a gap in the third soul's memories, making Wang Lin feel the location of the 8 doors even more clearly. This Dong Lin set competition will no longer have a second or third trial. This is the first trial. If I take away everyone's jade pendants, then I will be the only one to win. This reversal will completely overturn the third soul's memories. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he quickly moved through the world of the first trial. All the Dong Lin sect disciples he encountered lost their jade pendants. If anyone resisted, he would immediately blast them away. However, Wang Lin had no grudge with these people. Although they were people from the 7 colored memories, he didn't casually kill them. Only those that the 7 colored was jealous of and the Sun Empress had a bad relationship with would be killed. Every time Wang Lin killed someone, the distortions around him would increase like crazy. It was as if the third soul was excited by this chaos. A violent wind blew, and everyone in the square outside the first test stood up. Their surroundings were distorted, and even their figures showed signs of collapsing, but they did not notice it at all. All of their gazes were focused on the whirlpool that had stopped spinning in the air. They saw Wang Lin's actions and saw him obtain almost all the jade pendants by himself. They saw an unprecedented shock in the history of the Dong Lin sect. All of their expressions in shock were imagined by the 7 colored. At this moment, a huge wave was set off in the entire Dong Lin sect. In the first trial, when Wang Lin took the last jade from the person who entered, the distortion was already heaven-shaking and thunderous rumbles echoed. The auras of the 8 sects became even more clear, but there was still a layer of fog. It was still a sliver away. Wang Lin charged into the dark sky, and his hands tore at the void. The world rumbled as Wang Lin's hands tore at the void, and a giant rift was torn open. Outside the rift was the square of the Dong Lin sect. Under the shocked gazes of everyone in the square, Wang Lin stepped out and stood in the sky above the Dong Lin sect. I, Su Dao, am first place in this competition. The moment Wang Lin's words echoed, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. All the surrounding figures distorted and dissipated. The earth, mountains, and everything else in the distance all exploded. The world of the 5th flower trembled and shattered inch by inch. At the same time, the auras of the 8 doors were completely revealed when the third soul's memories reversed. They shot into the sky and rotated. The only place that didn't collapse was the Dong Lin pool in the back mountain of the Dong Lin sect. Chapter 1784. The Dong Lin pool was a place the third soul had never entered in its life. Even after it was chosen by its ancestor, it had never entered the Dong Lin pool. The only time it had finally obtained the qualification to enter the Dong Lin pool was when an accident occurred and it was kicked out of the Dong Lin sect. This was the greatest regret of its life. At this moment, the earth was collapsing and everything was collapsing, but the Dong Lin pool was still there. This showed how much the third soul cared about this regret of its life. The aura of the 8 doors clearly entered the collapsing world of the 5th flower. The moment it caused the world to collapse, it slightly removed the restriction that prevented anyone other than Wang Lin from entering. After all, entering the 5th flower was opened by Wang Lin using the third soul's memories. After he entered, not even old Devil Jean could enter. However, at this moment, as the memories collapsed, old Devil Jean's aura was wandering outside, trying to rush in. Although the 8 doors had appeared, it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. If he continued to search for them one by one, it would be a waste of time. Also, Wang Lin's action of summoning the 8 doors was a trick, and he had used the moment the third soul was in chaos to force them out. This world was in the midst of destruction, and it was possible that before Wang Lin could find a real door, this world would completely collapse and the 8 doors would hide again. At that time, it would be even more difficult for Wang Lin to find a real door. He had spent a lot of effort to create this situation, so he wasn't going to let it all go to waste. Is the excitement still not enough? Su Dao, you left the Dong Lin pool because you want me to help you fulfill your wish and enter the Dong Lin pool. Fine, I Wang Lin will help you fulfill your wish, but you have to tell me where the real door is." Wang Lin knew that time was of the essence. At this moment, old Devil Jean could break through this weak restriction and enter this place at any time. Wang Lin didn't hesitate any longer. His body flickered as he shot toward the Donglin pool, the only one that hadn't collapsed. In the blink of an eye, it looked exactly the same as the one he had seen in the second flower, except that it wasn't sealed in ice. The water was clear and emitted a faint aroma. He instantly entered the Donglin pool and sat down in the water. The moment he sat down and touched the water, the 7 essences in Wang Lin's body moved. This pool of water was extremely strange. It contained an unimaginable aura of origin. It rushed into Wang Lin's body and rapidly fused with his 7 origin essences. As they fused together, Wang Lin's 7 essences began to rapidly expand. Shockingly, they were many times more powerful than before, and even began to surge out of his body. The fire essence in Wang Lin's left, I turned into a sea of fire that fused with the Donglin pool. It seemed to absorb endless origin essence and turned into a person made of fire. This person looked exactly the same as Wang Lin, but it was made of fire. It could even be said that it was formed by the fire essence. At this point, Wang Lin's fire essence had completely surpassed the late success stage and reached completion. The flaming figure was wearing flaming clothes, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out, shaking the earth and shaking the earth. At the same time, thunder came out from Wang Lin's right eye and turned into a thunder dragon that dove into the pool. This caused the Donglin pool to flicker with endless lightning. A moment later, a roar echoed from the pool, and the thunder dragon flew out. As the thunder rumbled, it also turned into a person. Just like the person made of fire, the person formed by the thunder dragon looked like Wang Lin. As the thunder dragon roared, it looked like a thunder celestial. Shortly after, the life and death, true and false, and karma essences flew out from between Wang Lin's eyebrows. The water in the Donglin pool immediately dropped by more than half. The water condensed into these 3 ethereal essences. Suddenly, the life and death essence formed a body before Wang Lin. This body stretched out its hands. The left hand controlled life, and the right hand controlled death. It looked like a celestial of life and death. It wore a gray robe, and its long hair fluttered in the wind. It was extremely shocking. Next to this life and death body, the karma essence and true and false essence fused with the Donglin pool to form 2 identical bodies. The karma essence body had its palms open as karmic cause, and its palms closed as karmic effect. Its body floated elegantly like a celestial, and its eyes revealed endless wisdom as if it knew all the changes in the world. The true and false essence body's eyes were half closed, and its body alternated between corporeal and illusory. It looked like fog, but gave off a pressure that could make one's mind tremble. The 5 essences all formed their true bodies, but this wasn't the end. Wang Lin's slaughter essence rushed out and absorbed a large amount of the pool water. When there was less than 30% of the pool water left in the Donglin pool, the slaughter essence formed its true body. Its true body was formed by killing intent. It was blood red, and the moment it appeared, it gave off a killing intent that could destroy the world. Behind the 6 essences was the restriction essence formed by the bloodlines in Wang Lin's eyes. In front of Wang Lin, there was a bloodline that looked like a pair of pupils. The pool water in the Donglin pool decreased once again, and when there was less than 20% left, the restriction essence was complete and formed its true body. It floated in front of Wang Lin and became his 7th true body. The shock in Wang Lin's heart had reached its limit. He had even forgotten that old Devil Jean was wandering around outside and was about to rush in. He had even forgotten that this place was filled with 8 doors and that the true door was hidden. He never would have thought that the Donglin pool of the Donglin sect would have such a powerful ability that could steal the fortune of the world. It could allow the essence to evolve and form an essence true body that he had never heard of or seen before. This change was beyond his expectations. He couldn't imagine such a shocking change. However, he understood that all of this was an illusion. The Donglin pool was formed by the seven colored soul's memories, and all of his changes were just possibilities. Once the world formed by the seven colored soul's memories collapsed, he would return to the real world. At that time, all of this would disappear. However, this gave Wang Lin hope and let him know the importance of the Donglin pool. If I can go to the immortal astral continent, I must go to the Donglin pool. There was a crazed roar in Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin could clearly feel that although he was fake, his cultivation level had increased several-fold. However, this was not the end. An even more shocking change occurred in the pool that was less than 20% left. Wang Lin didn't have 7 essences, he had an 8th. This 8th essence was the water essence he had obtained from the formation on Planet 5 Elements. Although it was only at small completion, it was far from reaching completion and becoming a real existence that would allow his cultivation level to increase. However, at this moment, the water from the Donglin pool rushed into Wang Lin's body through his pores and fused with the water essence. Wang Lin's body rumbled, and he felt the 8th essence rapidly expand. When all the water from the Donglin pool disappeared, the 8th essence was complete. It also formed its essence true body. This essence true body was wearing a water-rippling robe and shined brightly like crystal. The moment it formed, Wang Lin's late-stage spirit void cultivation increased greatly. In an instant, it broke through the late stage of spirit void and reached the peak of spirit void. It was only one step away from the arcane void stage. If he could obtain the 9th essence, he would immediately step into the arcane void realm. From then on, the 9 essences would return to 1, and he would be at the peak of essence. After losing all of its water, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the Donglin pool. Cracking sounds could be heard as it collapsed into countless fragments that tumbled back into nothingness. The Donglin pool, the only thing that remained in this destroyed world, completely disintegrated. Wang Lin opened his eyes. At this instant, the world formed by his 7 colored's memory was completely destroyed. Old Deviljean's aura rushed in and shot toward Wang Lin. At the same time, one of the 8 auras that rushed into the sky from the destroyed 7 colored's memory released a powerful aura. This aura immediately suppressed the other 8. This was the true door to the immortal astral continent, the cave world. Wang Lin suddenly looked up. As the old Deviljean closed in, he jumped into the air and popping sounds came from his body. Although the powerful cultivation inside his body was fake, this feeling and experience had opened a bright door for Wang Lin's future. As he stepped forward, the earth under his feet was completely destroyed. The world formed by 7 colored's memory dissipated, but the aura of the true door became even stronger. It was right before him. The old Deviljean seemed to have gone crazy as he closed in. However, his speed couldn't catch up to Wang Lin, who had learned the Cloud Dao spell and formed 8 essence true bodies. Wang Lin only took one step and appeared before the true door. This place was originally a mountain, but it had long been destroyed and was replaced by a giant door. This door gave off an ancient aura and was extremely large when closed. Before it, Wang Lin was like an ant. When he closed in on the door, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to raise his right hand. At this instant, all the power of his ancient Dao and cultivation entered his palm and pressed down on the door. Cave door opened. Wang Lin let out a roar, and the 8 essence true bodies appeared around him. They all threw out palms like Wang Lin and landed on the door. The door trembled and a thunderous rumble echoed. A crack appeared on the door and it opened. Outside the crack was the immortal astral continent, the incomparably large real world. This was the first time Wang Lin had come out from the inside after the door was closed. His mood at this moment was indescribable. Perhaps Daoist's scattered spirit from the 7 million lands felt the same as Wang Lin when he stepped out into the ancient star system. The moment the door opened, a pure aura of the immortal astral continent came out like crazy. The door opened. I need monthly votes to push open the door. I haven't done anything today. I've woken up early and need monthly votes. Chapter 1785. The moment the door opened a crack and the aura of the immortal astral continent rushed in, the old devil Jean stepped out from the collapsed world behind Wang Lin. The eyes of the shadow wearing the cloak revealed a monstrous, ghostly light as he stared at Wang Lin. He didn't know why, but the moment the door opened, he felt a sense of life and death crisis in his heart. Wang Lin stood beside the door and looked at the old devil Jean in the distance. Behind Wang Lin, the door opened a crack and the aura of the immortal astral continent surrounded Wang Lin. This aura that didn't belong here made Wang Lin's ancient Tao bloodline cheer and his blood flow speed up. It was as if he was absorbing this aura. Even if the door is open, you won't dare to go out. Although the old man doesn't have the memory of the third soul, he still has some of his comprehension of the immortal astral continent. There is a barrier between the cave world and the immortal astral continent, and only those with the bloodline can leave. Even if you have the bloodline's call and can leave, if you don't hand over the third soul, the old man will kill everyone related to you after you leave this cave. The sense of life and death crisis in the old devil Jean's heart became even stronger. He didn't get close, but sent out his words from a distance. Now that the door is open, there is no deep hatred between us. Give me the third soul, and I'll immediately leave and never step into the cave world again. The old devil Jean's voice seemed to contain a strange power as it echoed. Wang Lin didn't speak. It was impossible for him to hand over the third soul. In his view, this soul didn't belong to the seven-colored celestial sovereign Su Dao, but his own disciple, Xie Qing. While pondering, Wang Lin raised his right hand. Two ghostly lights flashed in his palm and turned into two seals. These seals were covered in ghostly light, but there were bloodlines inside. These bloodlines were Xie Qing's heart blood. Xie Qing had used his life as the third soul to form three seals. One for himself and two for Wang Lin. This was the last thing he would do for his teacher before he died. Once these two seals fused with the aura of the immortal astral continent, they would have the power to seal the other two souls. The moment the two seals appeared, a large amount of immortal astral continent aura came out from the door behind Wang Lin. It rushed toward Wang Lin's right hand and rapidly fused with the two seals. The ghostly light increased greatly, and it was as if two ghostly suns were floating in Wang Lin's right hand. The light shrouded Wang Lin's body, and even the door behind him was shrouded in the light. From afar, it looked very blurry. However, this sealing power wasn't complete and was still absorbing the immortal astral continent aura from the door. Because the door had only opened a crack, the absorption was a bit slower. The moment he felt this sealing power, old devil Jean's pupil shrank. He finally understood why he had felt this life and death crisis. All of this came from a seal inside Wang Lin's body, fusing with the aura of the immortal astral continent. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and the old devil Jean didn't hesitate to charge at Wang Lin. He knew he couldn't retreat. No matter how strong the feeling of life and death crisis was, he had to rush out and stop Wang Lin. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was very fast and instantly closed in less than 100 feet from Wang Lin. The old devil Jean raised his right hand, and a golden battle word flew out toward Wang Lin. At the same time, the seven-colored soul shadow around the old devil Jean began to overlap. The seven-colored soul shadow was the soul of the seven-colored Taoist. He was covered in seven-colored light and charged at Wang Lin. Shortly after, another soul of the seven-colored celestial sovereign, who was wrapped in a cloak with only his eyes exposed, suddenly opened his arms. The cloak around him expanded like a wave and shrouded Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The two seals in his right hand were still absorbing the immortal astral continent aura from the door. As the old devil Jean and the two souls closed in, he raised his left hand and waved. With this, the 8 essence true bodies around Wang Lin appeared. It was as if 8 Wong Lin had waved their palms at the same time. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the collapsed world of the 5th flower dissipated, revealing the stars. Tao Master Blue Dream, the old man named Ma, Yun Yifeng, and the 3rd concubine, Tang Shan, appeared. There was also the seriously injured Black Tortoise General and Rosefinch General. Their figures also appeared. The moment the essence true body appeared, the expression of the old Devil Jean changed. He didn't have the memories of the 3rd soul and had never seen this essence true body. However, the old man, named Ma from Planet 5 Elements, was filled with terror and disbelief when he saw the essence true body. Essence true body. This is an essence true body. It is extremely rare for an ordinary person to have one essence true body. He actually has 8. Rumor has it that aside from opening the God Realm, there is another way to become a Grand Empyrean, and that is related to the essence true body. Although this possibility has never been proven, it shows how rare an essence true body is. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the palm of Wong Lin's 8 essence true bodies and his original body collided with the old Devil Jean. The 7-colored soul, the cloaked soul, and the old Devil Jean all trembled and retreated. This was the first time Wong Lin faced the old Devil Jean head-on and forced him to retreat. Wong Lin's body trembled as a powerful force rushed into his body through his left hand and into the 8 essence true bodies around him. His eyes lit up, and he borrowed the rebound force from this spell to draw an arc with his left hand. Then he pressed his left hand against the door behind him. The door rumbled, and at the same time, the 8 essence true bodies also retreated and smashed into the door one by one. Amidst the heaven-shaking rumbles, the door was pushed open once more. From a small crack, it slowly grew larger and larger until it was nearly 30% open. At this point, the door no longer needed anyone to push it. The moment the powerful aura of the immortal astral continent rushed in, the door opened by itself. Thunderous rumbles echoed as it opened wider and wider. At the same time, even more immortal astral continent aura rushed out and fused with the 2 seals on Wong Lin's right hand. The expression of the old Devil Jean changed greatly as Wong Lin raised his right hand. The old Devil Jean's eyes were filled with fear. He didn't have time to think and desperately retreated. Wong Lin looked at the seal in his hand. He vaguely saw Xie Qing inside, and his eyes were filled with sadness. Xie Qing, you are my disciple and also my teacher. Wong Lin let out a sigh and waved his right hand. The 2 seals shined brightly and flew toward the escaping old Devil Jean. This seal was like fate. No matter how fast the old Devil Jean was, he couldn't escape fate. The 2 seals closed in on the old Devil Jean one after the other. The old Devil Jean was filled with fear as the first seal flew toward the spot between his eyebrows. The old Devil Jean let out a roar and his hands formed a seal. As spells spread out, the soul with the cape around him revealed fear in its eyes. It waved its right hand at the seal, causing the void to rumble. However, all the spells and lights couldn't stop this sealing ball of light. It was as if nothing existed before it. This sealing ball of light penetrated all the spells and the void and gently landed between the eyebrows of the soul with the cape around old Ghost John's body. The moment the seal landed, the soul with the cape let out a miserable scream. Overlapping shadows appeared around its body, and a 7-colored light flashed. It instantly turned into the 7-colored soul, causing the seal to land between the eyebrows of the soul with the cape. With a bang, the seal shattered and turned into a ghostly light that wrapped around the 7-colored soul. From a distance, it looked like a large net. In just a few breaths of time, the 7-colored soul slowly shrank to the size of a fist, and the light dimmed. At this moment, old Devil Jean quickly retreated and ripples appeared under his feet. The soul with the cape around him that had escaped this calamity was filled with endless fear as it looked at the second seal. It watched the seal land between its eyebrows, and as it dissipated, it surrounded its body. In the distance, Dao Master Blue Dream and the others were shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect Wang Lin to have such a move. The old man named Ma and Yunifeng looked at Wang Lin with extremely complicated gazes. They originally thought that Xian Luo would help them in the core of the cave, and that Wang Lin wouldn't be able to pass it alone. However, from beginning to end, Xian Luo hadn't appeared. Wang Lin had relied on his own strength to reach this step. The soul with the cape that the seven-colored celestial sovereign had fused with old Devil Jean was shrouded by the ghostly net and turned into a fist-sized ball of light. The connection between it and old Devil Jean was severed. The moment the connection was severed, old Devil Jean's eyes immediately dimmed, and a large amount of black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Although there was no light in his eyes, they became clear. He looked around, and his gaze finally fell on Wang Lin and the door to the cave behind Wang Lin. Looking at the open door, old Devil Jean revealed a smile. "You are very excellent. My life's dream was to open the door to this cave. Unfortunately, I failed the arcane tribulant and had my soul fused with it." Old Devil Jean's body gave off bursts of black gas. His skin withered and black water dripped down. He was rapidly melting and dying. "I should have died many years ago. You completed what I wanted to do and freed me. Wang Lin, thank you." Old Devil Jean's voice became even weaker, and half of his body had dissipated. However, the remaining half of his body seemed to burst forth with the last of his life force as his eyes shined brightly. As it dissipated, it turned into a ray of light and charged toward the half-open door. Even if he died, he wanted to see the immortal astral continent he had longed to go to. Wang Lin didn't stop him. He watched as half of old Devil Jean's body charged into the door and dissipated. Chapter 1786. The door opened completely. In the cave world, inside the entrance that Luo Tian had created, the giant furnace surrounded by black gas trembled. The black gas around it collapsed inch by inch and dissipated without a trace. A huge crack appeared in the middle of the huge cauldron. Waves of golden light shone out of the crack, and there was a loud rumbling sound. Slowly, the crack grew larger and larger. Finally, it completely tore the cauldron apart, causing the cauldron to split apart. As it split, a golden door that was almost as tall as the sky slowly appeared. The door opened, and there was a cloud of fog inside. Sometimes one could see an unfamiliar continent, and sometimes it was hazy and blurry. When the door appeared, the core of the cave world, the ruins outside the furnace, all disintegrated and turned into space. It connected with the space of the cave world. In the cave world, all the cultivators paying attention felt a tremor that spread across the entire cave world. As the tremor spread, the entrance that Luo Tian had used to enter the core of the cave world suddenly dissipated and the giant furnace appeared. The golden door inside the furnace gave off endless golden light that shrouded the cave world. Outside the golden door, shadows appeared one by one. They were the people that had entered the cave world and hadn't died. Among them were Tua's son, Dao Master Blue Dream, the third concubine Tang Shan, and the people from Planet Five Elements. There was also Wang Lin. Aside from the golden light and the rumble of the door opening, it was completely silent. No one spoke. Everyone's gazes were focused on the world inside the golden door. Sometimes it was blurry, and sometimes it was clear. Wang Lin looked at the door, and his eyes were filled with emotions from more than 2,000 years ago. The door had finally opened. It had finally appeared. Wang Lin had waited for this day for a long time. Ever since he found out that this world was only a cave world, he imagined that one day he would be able to open the door and step into the real world, the immortal astral continent. Looking at the golden door, Wang Lin entered a trance. More than 2,000 years of memories flashed through his mind. He had gone from an ordinary mountain village child to now, and now he had opened the door to the cave world. This process was bitter, and very few people could understand the hardships and stubbornness within it, as well as the intertwining of fate, be it love or kindness. One air, the door to the cave world has been opened by me. I'll awaken you there. This is my promise to you. Wang Lin looked at the door and felt sadness in his heart. He thought of Li Muan. Xie Qing, I promise to resurrect you, I will. Wang Lin looked at the golden door. For an instant, he seemed to see his life inside the door. The third concubine, Tang Shan, bit her lower lip as she stared at the golden door. Tears flowed down from the corner of her eyes. She missed her hometown, her sect, her family, and her master. She had been in this cave world for far too long. She should have been numb, but the longing in her heart turned into her obsession. She had been waiting for this day. The old man named Ma and Yunifeng looked at the golden door with melancholy. They had been in the cave world for countless years, but in the end, they still had no harvest. The old man named Ma turned to look at Yunifeng, and his eyes were filled with kindness. He still remembered that Yunifeng was only 18 or 19 years old, but now, aside from the change in appearance, Yunifeng had become very old. Let's go home. The old man named Ma let out a sigh. Go home. Yunifeng looked at the golden door. Even though he had always been calm, his heart was filled with complex emotions and confusion. He couldn't tell if the immortal astral continent was his home or planet 5 elements in the cave world. Behind the old man named Ma, the other two middle-aged cultivators from planet 5 elements looked at the golden door. Their hearts were filled with complex emotions, but they couldn't explain it clearly. There was also the black tortoise and rosefinch. The two of them silently pondered as they looked at the golden door. They felt bitterness in their hearts as they recalled the 7 Tao sect and how they, the 4 generals, met the sect master, the 7-colored celestial sovereign. Now they were about to return to the immortal astral continent, but the 7 Tao sect had long disappeared. Compared to them, who didn't belong to the cave world, Tao Master Blue Dream looked at the golden door with hesitation. Although he knew a lot and knew that this world was only a cave world, he didn't know what to do when facing the door. Should he leave or stay? Tu Sun and Tu Si also silently pondered as they looked at the golden door. No one knew what they were thinking. In the Luo Tian star system, outside the golden door, several rays of light flew by. They were cultivators from the cave world. When they saw the golden door, they were all shocked. Wang Lin's gaze withdrew from the golden door after a long time. He could feel that the moment he appeared, the 8 essence true bodies had dissipated. His water essence was still at small completion, and the remaining 7 essences were hidden inside his body. Everything was the same as before he entered the Donglin pool. Although he knew this would happen, Wang Lin still felt a fluctuation in his heart. However, he quickly suppressed it and looked forward to the Donglin pool on the immortal astral continent. There may still be some feud between us, and perhaps we should have fought to the death. However, now that the door to the cave world is opened, all our grudges are written off. If any of you want to leave the cave world, I'll send you off. Wang Lin clasped his hands at everyone that had appeared. His words were sincere, and there was no falsehood in them. Wang Lin was tired. Over the past 2,000 years, up until this moment when the door to the cave had opened, the memories of the past lingered in his mind. Anyone who entered would feel extremely exhausted. He wasn't the only one who was tired. Everyone here was the same. Tao Master Blue Dream was injured because of his daughter. Tu Sun and Wang Lin were both enemies and friends. They had acted at a critical moment, so they were also tired. Whether it was Tang Shan, the black tortoise, rosefinch, or the cultivator from planet 5 elements, they were all tired. The intensity of the battle at the core of the cave world was rarely seen. The old man, named Ma from planet 5 elements, was the first to walk out. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin, and his eyes shined brightly. There was a hint of complication in his gaze as he looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, he slowly spoke. Wang Daoyu, the old man will go first. If you go to the Celestial Clan, you can come to the 5 Elements sect. Wang Lin nodded and calmly said, Thank you, Senior, for your help. If Wang has time, I'll definitely visit the Five Elements sect. Yun Yifeng, who was behind the old man named Ma, let out a sigh and looked around reluctantly. Finally, he looked at Wang Lin and clasped his hands. Brother Wang, take care. Our battle is not over. We'll decide the victor on the immortal astral continent. Fellow cultivator Yun, take care. Wang Lin looked at Yun Yifeng. This person was very cunning, and Wang Lin had seen through him in the cave world. As he spoke, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the other two middle-aged cultivators from Planet Five Elements. After nodding, he seemed to remember something and waved his right hand at the distance. Ripples appeared in the distance, and the White Tiger General and the other middle-aged cultivator from Planet Five Elements appeared. Their appearance didn't surprise the old man named Ma, as if he already knew. However, the Black Tortoise and Rose Finch were startled. Fellow cultivators from Planet Five Elements, Wang will send you off. As Wang Lin spoke, the White Tiger General released the cultivator from Planet Five Elements. The cultivator silently pondered and walked next to his fellow sect members. The group of people turned into rays of light that shot toward the golden door. As the golden light shined brightly, they disappeared into the haze. Seeing the people from Planet Five Elements walk out, the Black Tortoise and Rose Finch silently took a few steps forward and clasped their hands at Wang Lin. Wang Dao you before? Ah, thank you for fellow cultivators' forgiveness. We'll go first. If you need anything on the immortal astral continent, we'll definitely comply. The person who spoke was the Black Tortoise. He waved his right hand, and a jade floated toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin accepted the jade and nodded. He looked at the White Tiger General in the distance. You should also go. The White Tiger General was startled, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. He bowed deeply at Wang Lin and arrived next to the Black Tortoise and Rose Finch. The Rose Finch General had a complicated expression as he looked profoundly at Wang Lin. Thank you. As Wang Lin pondered, the three of them turned into rays of light and flew toward the golden door. They slowly disappeared into the door and returned to the immortal astral continent. The third concubine, Tang Shan, bit her lower lip and walked toward the golden door. She stopped a few hundred feet away and turned to look at Wang Lin. Thank you. Wang Lin looked at Tang Shan and slowly said, You helped me, and I helped you. There is no need to thank me. Tang Shan opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. She walked toward the door and merged with the golden light. Just as she was about to disappear, she suddenly looked back. Will we ever meet again? Wang Lin didn't speak. Tang Shan's eyes dimmed, and the golden light surrounded her body. No one but her could see the dimness in her eyes as she slowly disappeared into the golden door. At this point, everyone that didn't belong to the cave world had left one by one. Wang Lin's gaze swept past Dao Master Blue Dream and company. Finally, he looked at the void 1,000 feet behind him and clasped his hands. There was no figure in that void, and it looked very ordinary. There were no ripples, but as Wang Lin bowed, he began to speak. Senior Xian Luo, you followed me all the way to Planet Five Elements, to the celestial realm, to the core of the cave world, and now you saw me open the door. Have you seen enough? Can you show yourself? As Wang Lin's words echoed, the void suddenly distorted and a figure seemed to appear. This sudden change caused everyone's hearts to tremble, and they all looked over. How do you know my name? A gentle voice reverberated from the mouth of the blurry figure. Ask for monthly votes again. Chapter 1787. As his words echoed, Xian Luo's figure slowly became clear in the void where Wang Lin was worshipping. Eventually, he appeared. The moment they saw Xian Luo, Dao Master Blue Dream, and Tuo Sen's expressions suddenly changed. Their pupils shrank, and their expressions became extremely serious. They hadn't noticed Xian Luo at all. Even now, they could only see him with their eyes, but if they closed their eyes, they still wouldn't notice him with their divine sense. Xian Luo didn't even look at Tuo Sen and Dao Master Blue Dream. He revealed an interested smile as he looked at Wang Lin, waiting for Wang Lin's answer. Xian Luo wasn't surprised that Wang Lin knew he was hiding, but being able to call out his name made Xian Luo speculate and understand a bit. I know. In the first flower, you took a wisp of the soul of that little planet 5 elements cultivator from the law realm set up by that little fellow white tiger. I presume you secretly searched for this wisp of soul and learned about what happened on planet 5 elements after you left. Xian Luo smiled and slowly said. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit and nodded. In truth, it was as Xian Luo had said. Wang Lin had indeed found out his name from the soul of that planet 5 elements cultivator. There weren't many memories in that soul. After all, it wasn't complete. It only contained some recent events, including Xian Luo's appearance after Wang Lin left. This confirmed the doubt that had appeared in Wang Lin's heart when he first saw the planet 5 elements cultivator. After all, he didn't see the arrogant old man that had died to Xian Luo. To be more accurate, the soul search happened when Wang Lin and Qisha were about to collect the eye fish. The strange disappearance shocked Wang Lin, and he carefully searched for the reason. In the end, he found the answer in the soul. Wang Lin had noticed something in the Donglin sect where the second flower ancient god was. Then in the ancient order tomb, he confirmed what he knew. When he retreated 3 steps behind Xian Luo and allowed Xian Luo to act, Wang Lin knew what he knew was true. The reason you were able to accurately detect my location should be because of the eye fish. I neglected the aura of a male and a female. Xian Luo shook his head. He had indeed neglected this point. However, for Wang Lin to find him and know his identity meant that Wang Lin had exceeded Xian Luo's probing, which made him very satisfied. Is the old man right? Xian Luo smiled and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression became strange, and he nodded once more. So not only do you know the name of the old man, you also know my identity? Xian Luo's smile became even wider. During this period of time, he had been hiding beside Wang Lin and felt very happy. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart, and now he felt like Wang Lin should have found out sooner. One of the 9 sons of the immortal astral continent, Grand Empyrean of the ancient Tao. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and then softly said, when he found out about all of this, a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. It took a long time for him to calm down, but he hid his expression very well, so no one saw through it. Wang Lin looked at Xian Luo and slowly said, the reason the cultivators of Planet 5 Elements gave up on fighting for the third soul, and their goal was because of Senior. Even helping me was because of Senior. Junior is grateful for this. The more Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin, the more he liked him. Along the way, he had observed Wang Lin and found that all aspects of Wang Lin were beyond his imagination. He was very satisfied, and when he heard Wang Lin's words, he couldn't help but laugh. What he admired even more was that Wang Lin clearly knew of his existence, but from beginning to end, he had never asked for his help. Wang Lin had completely reversed the situation in the cave world by himself. This made Xian Luo no longer hesitate to accept Wang Lin as his only disciple. Follow me back to the immortal astral continent's ancient Tao territory and become my only disciple to guard the ancient Tao. Little fellow, are you willing? Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin with a kind expression. There was no hint of harshness in his voice, but the tone of an elder discussing with a junior. His expression and tone made Wang Lin's heart feel warmth. However, he didn't agree and began to ponder. Xian Luo had observed Wang Lin for more than a day and a half, so he had some understanding of Wang Lin. Seeing Wang Lin's expression, he vaguely guessed what Wang Lin was thinking. Xian Luo frowned as he looked at the golden door and let out a sigh. His frown wasn't toward Wang Lin, but because of what he guessed was Wang Lin's thoughts. Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, there are many cave worlds on the immortal astral continent. It can be said that any sect with a certain size will have its own cave world. However, since ancient times, very few creatures have come out from the cave world, let alone become the master. If the 7-colored celestial sovereign's soul hadn't scattered, he wouldn't have been sealed, Xian Luo slowly said as he looked at Wang Lin. Do you know why this is? This is because of the law of the immortal astral continent. The cave worlds created by the sects on the immortal astral continent can't pass the law that has existed since ancient times if the creatures inside don't have the bloodline of the immortal astral continent. It's said to be a law, but you can actually take it to be a pressure that's incompatible with the world within the abode. This pressure is so great that it would cause all living beings without a bloodline within the abode to have their souls dispersed and be crushed to death at the instant they walk out of the abode. Xian Luo's voice reverberated in the air, and it revealed an aged tone. This law of the immortal astral continent is something no one can resist. I understand your thoughts. You don't want to leave by yourself and want everyone to go to the immortal astral continent. Xian Luo let out a sigh. Wang Lin pondered a bit and softly said, "If you don't want to leave, then Junior won't force you. However, if anyone wants to leave, then Junior indeed wants to. This is impossible. Forget you. Even the woman named Wan Er you saw in the dream spell can't go to the immortal astral continent." Just as Xian Luo spoke, Wang Lin suddenly looked up. "She can't go either?" Xian Luo revealed a complicated gaze. He knew how important that woman was to Wang Lin, so he nodded. Wang Lin was startled for a very, very long time. "But someone told me that if I have someone to guide me to the immortal astral continent, I can reduce the law of the immortal astral continent. No matter who told you this, they're lying to you. This is simply impossible unless the 9 suns act at the same time to resist the supreme law of the immortal astral continent. The law of the immortal astral continent is set by the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor bloodlines. It cannot be changed." Wang Lin's face was pale, as if he had suddenly lost most of his blood. He staggered back a few steps, and the last mouthful of blood in his body flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The light in his eyes instantly dimmed, and a piercing pain of despair appeared in his heart. "I also checked that woman called Wan Er. What's strange is that her soul is not complete, and a portion of it has disappeared. I also helped you search this cave world, but I couldn't find any clues. This matter is very strange. However, her soul is incomplete, so she can't awaken. If I can make her soul complete, perhaps I can awaken her. You can go to the immortal astral continent first. If there is a chance in the future, find the missing soul and come back here." As he spoke, Xian Luo stopped. He saw that tears of blood seemed to fill Wang Lin's eyes. "Really? Can't do it." Wang Lin bitterly lowered his head. "I won't leave Wan Er here by herself and go to the immortal astral continent by myself. The reason I opened the door to the immortal astral continent was all for her. In order to awaken her, my original plan was to take her to the immortal astral continent to find an opportunity to awaken her. If she can't go, then I'll go to the immortal astral continent by myself for tens of thousands of years. It will be better for me to stay with her in this cave world and never leave until we die." Wang Lin murmured as tears flowed down from his eyes. The color of the tears was faint red. It was like the sorrow of the soul, the sorrow of the god, the despair of all the sorrow in the body. Wang Lin's words entered Dao Master Blue Dream's ears. He silently pondered as he listened to the man his daughter loved love another woman. However, this time, he didn't feel anger, only sympathy and sorrow. He thought of his wife. Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin for a long time before he let out a sigh and suddenly spoke. "Wang Lin, it's not like there is no way. This old man will go all out and help you resist the law of the immortal astral continent. I'll use the Heavenly Sun reincarnation spell. If your friends want to leave this cave, they will be reborn on the immortal astral continent through reincarnation. After reincarnating, they will be people of the immortal astral continent and have the bloodline, but their memories will be sealed. You will need to find them one by one and awaken their sealed memories. This process will be extremely long, and the old man can't calculate how long it will take. Perhaps some people will only need a few years to reincarnate, or it might take more than 1,000 years. The old man can't determine the location of the reincarnation. The immortal astral continent is too big, so you have to be prepared and have the confidence to find them one by one. As for the woman named Wan Er, her soul is incomplete, so she can't reincarnate. However, the old man will still help you. When you resist the law of the immortal astral continent, you'll have a 50% chance of safely taking her to the immortal astral continent. However, this possibility is only 50%. Once you fail, you will die with her. Tell me your choice. Xian Luo would have to pay a great price for these words, but at this moment, he looked at Wang Lin and spoke without hesitation. There was no help in this world for no reason. This was something Wang Lin understood. However, some people's different methods could lead to different outcomes. For example, Du Tian back then and Xian Luo now. Their actions were filled with selfishness, but Wang Lin's heart was warm and not cold. Wang Lin valued kindness. He was worthy of Du Tian and Xian Luo doing this. Chapter 1788. Wang Lin lowered his head as he looked at the familiar star system outside the Golden Gate and silently pondered. Xian Luo's words echoed in his ears for a long time. Wang Lin understood all the preparations and consequences of entering the immortal astral continent. Reincarnation, Wang Lin murmured. Perhaps several years, perhaps 1,000 years. Everyone who wants to leave the cave world without the bloodline of the immortal astral continent will need a long time to appear in a corner of the immortal astral continent. When we meet again in 1,000 years, I'll need to open their sealed memories. After a long time, Wang Lin raised his head and bowed deeply at Xian Luo. Wang Lin vaguely understood that Xian Luo would have to pay a great price to resist the law of the immortal astral continent. Junior doesn't know who will decide to leave the cave world or how many will be left. However, no matter what, Junior will never forget Senior's kindness. Among the stars, Wang Lin bowed before Xian Luo. It was as if there was a connection between him and Xian Luo. It was unclear, but it existed. As for Wan Er, if Junior can't live with her, then even if we die outside the gate to leave the cave world, Junior will have no regrets. Wang Lin's words were decisive. The words "no regrets" set off a storm that echoed in all directions. No regrets. No regrets. No regrets. The words "no regrets" revealed the Tao heart that Wang Lin had cultivated for more than 2,000 years. The words "no regrets" seemed to reverse 1,000 years of time and return to the fates of the Sea of Devils. The words "no regrets" brought out all of Wang Lin's feelings for Lim Yuan, as well as his guilt. In Wang Lin's heart, aside from his mother, none of the women in the world could replace Lim Yuan's position. No matter how many beauties he had met in his life, none of them could be her. Countless figures fluttered through the years like butterflies, but not a single one of them was her, who was accompanied by the zither music. This was a feeling that had lingered around Wang Lin for more than 2,000 years. Even when Wang Lin died, it would not dissipate. If they could not live together, then they would die together with the earth without regrets. When Tao Master Blue Dream heard these two words, his eyes dimmed. He looked toward the direction of the celestial realm and silently pondered. Xian Luo's eyes shined brightly. He looked at Wang Lin and listened to Wang Lin's words of no regrets and nodded. Reincarnate and fight against the law of the immortal astral continent. I need some time to prepare. In 1 month, bring everyone here and I'll cast the spell. As for you, this is your own choice. Xian Luo didn't try to persuade him anymore. During this period of time, he had learned a lot about Wang Lin's personality. He knew that once he made a decision, he would not change his mind. This Wang Lin is very suitable for my requirements. He is willing to wait 1,000 years to open the sealed memories of his friends. This is for righteousness. He doesn't want to go out alone and wants everyone to leave the cave. This is for benevolence. He doesn't want to give up on his lover, even if they die together. This is for love. Such a benevolent, righteous, and compassionate person. If my Tao clan doesn't abandon him, Then he will protect my Dao clan for eternity without any regrets. Xian Luo's eyes lit up, and he made a decision. Wang Lin took a profound look at Xian Luo and bowed for the third time before leaving. Dao Master Blue Dream also left with him. As for Tua's son, after saying goodbye to Wang Lin, he hesitated about whether he should reincarnate and leave the cave world. He walked toward the end of the star system in a daze. He needed to carefully think about it. The star system was boundless, and the nebulas looked very beautiful. However, when this beautiful scene fell into Wang Lin's eyes, it was impossible to tell if it was real or fake. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze from the starry sky and turned into a ray of light that sped through the starry sky. He did not leave the grand, overarching galaxy, but instead headed towards where planet Dongling had once been. Back when planet Donglin had collapsed, all that was left behind was a rift that led to the frozen world of the second flower. Before leaving, Wang Lin still had some things to do. This was something he had promised. Wang Lin had promised the female ancient god named Yun Na that he would take her out of the sealed world. In the overarching starfield, 2 extremes away from the Golden Gate were the collapsed planet Donglin. Even though it was very far away from the Golden Gate, there was still the light of the Golden Gate, which faintly enveloped the starry sky in a golden glow. The rift to the frozen world was like a wound that flickered in and out of existence. Occasionally, bursts of cold energy would come out and be dyed golden by the golden light. At this moment, outside the rift, space distorted and Wang Lin's figure appeared. His eyes shined brightly as he looked at the rift. In a flash, he closed in. His hands gave off a ghostly light, and his ancient Dao aura gathered in his hands. His hands tore at the rift. The star system rumbled, and a thunderous rumble echoed. A small portion of the rift was torn open due to Wang Lin's roar, causing a large amount of cold energy to come out, revealing the frozen world inside. The frozen world of the second flower was the only place that hadn't collapsed. The earth was completely frozen, and although the power of Xian Luo had dissipated, the ice was still there. Yin Na, I'll take you out. Wang Lin stood outside the rift and sent out a divine sense message. His divine sense spread across the frozen earth. Inside the frozen world, Yin Na, who was cultivating on the giant stone platform, slowly opened her eyes. She looked up at the ice in the distance and revealed a smile. Is he here? She closed her eyes, and a cloud of smoke came out from between her eyebrows. She disappeared into the ice before her. Inside the ice, his body was like smoke as he charged toward where Wang Lin's call came from. It didn't take long for him to appear at the entrance to Luda. She saw Wang Lin. However, there was a layer of ice between the two of them. I was created by my master to protect the Donglin sect. This is a kindness of mine, so I'll leave behind the body of an ancient god and allow the vitality within it to exist here to nourish this place as a form of repayment. From today onward, I won't have any connection with this place, nor will I have any worries. Please help guide me from the outside and take my soul away. Yin Na's divine sense reverberated. Looking at Yin Na's soul in the ice, Wang Lin understood what she was thinking. When Wang Lin entered the second flower, she had only made a request, but she hadn't decisively split her soul to follow him. Instead, she had waited for Wang Lin to truly walk through the 5 flowers door and open the door to the cave before she released her soul from her body. There was nothing wrong with this. After all, splitting her soul was extremely important to Yun Na, so she naturally had to be careful. Wang Lin kept his promise and didn't think too deeply about this matter. He opened a rift and spat out a strand of ancient Dao origin energy that had fused with his essences. This breath was formless, but the instant it touched the layer of ice in the crack, cracking sounds came from the layer of ice. As the sounds echoed in the galaxy, a large number of fine cracks appeared on the layer of ice, and it collapsed inch by inch. As the ice shattered, Yun Na's soul came out. When the ice began to collapse, her soul condensed into Yun Na. She flew out from the rift Wang Lin had opened and floated among the stars. She looked at the stars with a calm expression, as if there were no fluctuations in her soul. After a long time, she turned toward Wang Lin and bowed. "Thank you, young lord, for your help. This is Wang's promise to you, and it was obtained in exchange for that drop of blood. There is no need to thank me. However, you have to decide if you want to leave and survive in this cave world, or if you want to leave and go to the immortal astral continent. That is where the Donglin sect is located and the hometown of your master, the seven-colored celestial sovereign. If you want to stay here, then leave. If you want to go to the immortal astral continent, you will have to endure the pain of 1,000 years of reincarnation." Wang Lin's gaze fell on Yin Na's soul, and he shook his head. Yin Na calmly listened to Wang Lin's words. She pondered for a moment before looking at the stars before her and softly said, "Just reincarnate. 1,000 years is not long." Wang Lin seemed to see the bitterness of time and the confusion of not knowing where the future lay in Yin Na. Perhaps her choice to reincarnate was the best path. Wang Lin didn't speak anymore and raised his right hand. Yin Na's body gently floated toward Wang Lin and turned into a fist-sized ball of light that floated in Wang Lin's palm. Wang Lin clenched his fist and put the ball of light into his storage space. He looked at the rift to the frozen world and turned to leave. The entire cave world was familiar to him. Wang Lin's speed wasn't fast. He looked at the surrounding stars as if he was going to slowly walk through them one last time before leaving. Aside from Yin Na, Wang Lin had also promised another woman. She was in the depths of the cloud sea, and her name was Fan Shanlu. Fan Shanlu was also a pitiful woman. She was the #1 concubine of the seven-colored celestial sovereign and Fan Shaming's little sister. However, she had existed in the cave world for far too long and was eventually sucked into the illusion by her big sister to obtain Wang Lin's blood oath. She is someone from the immortal astral continent, so she doesn't need to reincarnate to leave. Wang Lin stepped into the depths of the cloud sea and headed toward the rift where Fan Shanlu was. Aside from taking Fan Shanlu away, there was one more thing that Wang Lin had almost forgotten. However, when the door to the cave world opened and he was about to leave for the last month, he remembered it. He had once promised a little person that he would give that little person a body and a certain cultivation level. That little person's soul had been in his storage space for a very long time. I'm sorry for the late update. I had no other choice. Please forgive me. Chapter 1789. If it was in the past, 1 month of time wouldn't feel like much. However, the last month before leaving the cave world was different. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the 10 Greats. During these 10 Greats, Wang Lin found Fan Shanlu. She was the first concubine of the seven-colored celestial sovereign and had the bloodline of the immortal astral continent. She could open the door to the cave world and return to her hometown. Fan Shanlu's departure left behind the giant ship. Wang Lin had already refined the ghostly sail, so he could control it freely. He put it into his storage space. Among the 10 Greats, Wang Lin found a cultivation planet and used his powerful spells to find a body that had just died. After transforming it with his source origin energy, he fused it with the soul of that little person. With his help, the soul and body fused into an origin soul. After doing all of this, Wang Lin silently walked among the stars. He looked at everything he was familiar with, but there was a trace of reluctance in his heart. At the beginning, there wasn't much reluctance, but as he walked past the places he left behind, the reluctance became even stronger. With a sigh, Wang Lin's figure disappeared among the stars. When he reappeared, he was at the intersection of the 4-star systems, where the celestial realm was located. After entering the celestial realm, as the earth rippled, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out. At the same time, he spread out the information that those who left would have to endure the pain of reincarnation. If anyone wants to leave this place, they can come find me. In half a month, Wang will leave. Wang Lin sat down on a mountain where he had entered closed-door cultivation and silently closed his eyes. Staying or leaving was a choice, and Wang Lin wouldn't interfere. He had only opened a door. As for whether the world outside was good or bad for the cultivators of the cave world, Wang Lin didn't know. Because of this, he left this choice for everyone who wanted to leave to weigh the pros and cons for themselves. As Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the second highest peak of the mountain, Situ Nan arrived. He stepped on the wind, and white clouds floated beneath his feet. Ripples spread out in front of Wang Lin, jug of alcohol in hand. He approached step by step until he stood next to Wang Lin. Situ Nan's appearance was the same as always. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his clothes were very casual. After taking a sip of wine, Situ Nan sat on the ground and stared at the white clouds in the sky. Although his expression was calm, there was a hint of worry in his heart. Situ muttered, "Wang Lin, after I reincarnate, do you think I can become a king of the immortal astral continent?" The bitterness of parting dissipated a lot due to Situ Nan's words. Wang Lin smiled as he took the jug of wine from Situ Nan and took a big gulp. "If I'm really lucky enough to reincarnate as a king, you can't find me too quickly. You have to wait until I'm done enjoying my life as a king before you come find me." Situ Nan laughed and looked at Wang Lin. "Have you decided?" Wang Lin also looked at Situ Nan. The two of them had been friends and teacher. Now that they were saying their goodbyes, everything that had happened over 2,000 years ago replayed in their eyes. "I've decided. With my talent, it would be a pity if I don't go to the immortal astral continent to wreak havoc. Isn't it just the immortal astral continent? I'll definitely be happier there." Situ Nan laughed and looked very carefree. "At that time, the two of us can have fun on the immortal astral continent. Wouldn't that be fine?" Situ Nan took the jug of wine from Wang Lin's hand and took a big gulp. Wang Lin calmly looked at Situ Nan. Their gazes met, and after a long time, Situ Nan let out a sigh. "Brat, don't forget to come find me. Damn it, reincarnate. I must reincarnate as a king." As Situ Nan sighed, Wang Lin nodded. "If I'm not dead, I'll definitely come find you." Shimizu was the second person to come find Wang Lin, and beside him was Red Butterfly. The father and daughter arrived at the same time. They floated out of the void and landed beside Wang Lin. Shimizu didn't say much. He stood there and silently looked at Wang Lin. After that, he didn't say anything. Red Butterfly's eyes were slightly red, and her eyes were filled with sadness and reluctance. It was as if there was something that Wang Lin didn't know about. "Han Yen, there must be a way for you to reappear beside me on the immortal astral continent. At that time, our family will be together." Shimizu's gaze fell on Red Butterfly and revealed the love of a father. Aside from Situ, Shimizu, and Red Butterfly, the fourth person to come was Shursan. Shursan's idea was very simple. As long as Wang Lin went, as Wang Lin's disciple, he had to follow. Even if he had to go through a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, even if he had to reincarnate. In his heart, if he was a teacher for a lifetime, he would be a teacher for a lifetime. 13 quietly sat behind Wang Lin. His temperament was even more stable than before, and a majority of his killing intent had dissipated over the years. It was fine if he didn't reveal it, but once he revealed it, he would shock the heavens. Time slowly passed like this. A few more people arrived from all over the celestial realm. They sat down beside Wang Lin and chose to leave. When Wang Lin returned to the 9th continent of the celestial realm, Li Qianmei arrived. She was wearing a white dress and looked a lot thinner than before. There was sadness in her eyes, but it was also filled with determination and persistence. Li Qianmei looked at the figure she couldn't forget as she hid the sadness in her eyes. Li Qianmei bit her lower lip and softly said, "Should I go?" Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at Li Qianmei for a long time. "Should I go?" Li Qianmei softly asked once again. However, her voice was faintly trembling. Wang Lin looked at Li Qianmei. He saw Li Qianmei's helplessness and the complexity in her heart. It was as complicated as his own. The word from back then seemed to echo in his ears. "Should I go?" Li Qianmei's face was pale as she squeezed out a smile. Her jade-like hand held her hair, and she turned to leave. "Go to the immortal astral continent. Wait for the day I find you. Wait for the day I unlock your sealed memories. Perhaps 10 years, perhaps 100 years, perhaps 1,000 years. Will you wait? Wang Lin's right hand grabbed Li Qianmei's hand, and his voice echoed in the whirlwind. Li Qianmei stopped in place. She turned around and looked at Wang Lin. She didn't speak and only gently nodded. I'll also go find you. Wang Lin looked at Li Qianmei and gently pulled her to his side to sit with him. The moment Wang Lin held her hand, 2 streams of tears flowed down from her eyes. The tears flowed down her face and landed on her clothes, making them wet. Father doesn't want to leave. He wants to stay here with Mother. I don't know if I should leave or not. Should I stay here with Father or wait for you on the immortal astral continent? Li Qianmei lowered her head. There were originally 2 voices in her heart, but when Wang Lin pulled her hand, there was only one. Do you really want me to go to the immortal astral continent? Li Qianmei bit her lip and looked up at Wang Lin. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and nodded. Then, you have to find me quickly. I'll always wait for you. The confusion in Li Qianmei's eyes dissipated and was replaced with determination. Time slowly passed. There were only 3 days left until the end of Wang Lin's 15 major periods in the celestial realm. In the past few days, people that Wang Lin was familiar with had come one by one and chosen to leave. However, the number of people who chose to leave was far too few compared to those who chose to stay. After all, not everyone could face reincarnation and the unknown outside world. When all these things were combined together, it became a crisis that seemed to them to have a slim chance of survival. Master Hong Shan chose to reincarnate, and Master Sao Cloud chose to stay after struggling for a bit. There were also people that Wang Lin was familiar with, like Zhang Konglai, Master Flamespark, and so on. They all chose to stay in the cave world and weren't willing to go out. In this half moon, there were only 2 hours of dusk left. The earth was dusky, and one couldn't see too far into the distance. One could only see the mountains surrounding them. At dusk, there was a different kind of beauty, like a golden painting. In this picturesque land, 3 figures walked over from the distance. The person in the middle was a middle-aged man who looked extraordinary and gave off an ancient aura. He was Qing Lin. Beside him, his daughter, Qing Shuang, had an indifferent expression as she looked ahead. She didn't seem to care about Zhou Yi following behind her. Zhou Yi seemed to be used to Qing Shuang's expression, so he didn't regret it at all. He looked at Qing Shuang with a gaze filled with yearning and reminiscence. He looked at the same face, but it was a completely different person. This kind of feeling caused Zhou Yi's heart to feel as if it could tear his body apart. He could either give up or accept it. Wang Lin, my daughter, and I are preparing to leave this place and reincarnate. As Qing Lin spoke, he stood next to Wang Lin. He turned to look at Zhou Yi and let out a sigh. After all the remaining 3 stages passed, Zhou Ru, Shengong Hu, and the others also made their decisions and arrived next to Wang Lin. There weren't many people preparing to leave this time, only less than 20 people. In the last stage, there was a drizzle on the celestial realm. In the rain, the white-robed Mu Bingmei floated over like a willow leaf. When Wang Lin opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful woman holding an umbrella in the rain. Her long, pitch-black hair was like a painting, and she was as beautiful and ethereal as a celestial fairy. It was as if her arrival had caused the entire world to fall silent. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which contained a strange power that could make people forget everything else. It also made that beautiful figure seem to be covered by a layer of hazy rain mist. This was the beauty of Mu Bingmei, or more accurately, Lu Mei, because at this moment, Mu Bingmei's appearance, her clothes, and her expression were things that Wang Lin couldn't forget. At the airport, he would only be able to fly home very late. He remembered that he still owed 1 chapter from before, so he would finish both at the end of the month. Chapter 1790. I wish you a safe journey. Mu Bingmei, who was holding the umbrella, looked at Wang Lin through the curtain of rain. Her soft words floated in the rain. They were very soft, and not cold at all. In the end, she didn't choose to leave. She had come here to see Wang Lin one last time. After this, who knew when they would meet again? Wang Lin couldn't guess what she was thinking. Mu Bingmei was not a simple woman. Since she had chosen to stay, she had to have a reason. He wouldn't force it, and he didn't want to force it. Half a month passed in the rain of parting. At dusk on the last day, the rain seemed to be getting thicker. The ground was connected by the rain, forming a bead curtain. At a glance, one could see the hazy end of the earth. Wang Lin stood up and walked into the sky. Behind him, everyone that wanted to leave flew into the sky. They turned into rays of light that shined brightly in the rain. Standing in the sky, Wang Lin looked down at the earth not far away. Mu Bingmei was still holding the umbrella. Her eyes were faintly discernible in the rain, as if she was looking at Wang Lin. That graceful figure under the umbrella, that long dress, and those strands of black hair that were blown up by the wind, in this kind of parting dusk, filled with a bit of sadness. Looking at Mu Bingmei, Wang Lin silently pondered in the air. After a long time, Wang Lin slowly said, "If I'm still alive, I'll come back." Mu Bingmei lowered the umbrella a bit, covering her face, and softly said, "If I'm still alive, I'll come back." Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached at the void. The 7 essences in his body activated at the same time and gathered in his palm. As the light penetrated the rain and shined on the earth, a crystal sword appeared. This sword contained Wang Lin's source energy and ancient aura. Its power was shocking. I don't know when I'll be able to return to the cave world. Maybe 1,000 years, maybe 10,000 years, maybe even longer, maybe until I die. I'll give his sword to you. Take care." Wang Lin sighed, turned around, and took a step into the sky. Behind him, everyone that wanted to leave flew away. Li Qianmei was among them. She looked back at Mu Bingmei on the ground, and after a single glance, she left with a ray of light. Mu Bingmei stood on the ground and looked up at the ray of light in the sky. 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes, causing the world before her to blur. At this moment, she looked like a wife sending her husband off. She stood in front of the door and watched as the figure disappeared further and further away. "Take care." Mu Bingmei softly said something only she could hear. She held the source sword that Wang Lin had left behind and gently walked into the rain. In the sky, Wang Lin looked at the familiar scenery, and his heart slowly calmed down. He had a feeling that the matter in the cave world was far from over. With the formation, unless there are more people like the Sovereign, there will be no more war between the inner and outer realms. Even if there are still a few, they are all seriously injured. There is also Down Master Blue Dream, Master South Cloud, and company, so nothing will happen. In addition, I still have some ideas that I need to consider. If General Rosefinch has left, the first generation Rosefinch in the Outer Realms Fallen Land must have dissipated as well. I just don't know if the second generation Rosefinch and company are still there. Wang Lin silently moved forward and left the celestial realm with a group of people. He didn't go to the Fallen Land to search. The Fallen Land can't be so simple. The pointer of the compass. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had a guess in his heart, but now was not the time to explore it. There is also Master Scarlet Soul that I released. There is also the mysterious person sealed in the Wind Celestial Realm that helped me in my battle against Taoist Water. That person should have left the Wind Celestial Realm. I don't know where they are now. Perhaps when the door to the cave world opens, they will be lured out. There are still a lot of things I can't explain. Wang Lin closed his eyes and walked forward. He left these questions and speculations for when he returned from the immortal astral continent to find out the truth. The immortal astral continent is not my home. My home is here. This departure is like a wanderer going out, but there will be a chance to return. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of golden light. If I don't die, then when I return to the cave world, I'll lift the veil on all the remaining secrets. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, he could have explored all of these things, but he didn't. Instead, he left behind these questions and clues as memories of his home. It could be said that this was an obsession. Due to the existence of these unanswered questions, even if he had forgotten everything, he would never forget his home. Dozens of rays of light flew through the stars with Wang Lin leading the way toward the door in the big, all-heaven star system. Everyone's cultivation level was high, and they moved like meteors. Li Qinmei's speed was a bit slow, but with Wang Lin taking care of her, she was fine. There were still a few days left before the 1-month deadline passed. Wang Lin led everyone to the door of the cave in the Ludus star system. The golden door stood there and gave off a gentle, golden glow. From afar, it looked very spectacular. This door was so big that it seemed to support the stars. Xian Luo was sitting inside the golden light, and a shocking pressure came from his body and shrouded the area. The moment Wang Lin and company arrived, Xian Luo suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly as his gaze swept past Wang Lin and the people behind him. It doesn't matter how early they are. These people all have the qualifications to reincarnate. Xian Luo's words echoed across the stars. When he saw the exact number of people, he relaxed a bit. There were less than 20 people, which would save him a lot of effort. He originally thought there would be hundreds or even thousands of people reincarnating at the same time. If that was the case, Xian Luo would have a hard time. After all, the more people there were, the more difficult it would be. This was the best situation. In fact, this time, Wang Lin hadn't told everyone that they could leave. Otherwise, more people would have tried to leave. The reason he hadn't done so was because of Xian Luo. Wang Lin didn't want no more favors. This was his limit, and he didn't want to burden or hurt Xian Luo with too many people. Xian Luo stood up, formed an incantation gesture with his hands, and waved them to his sides. The starry sky shook, and ripples appeared out of nowhere. They swept out in all directions, and a loud rumble echoed in the starry sky. The sound wasn't too loud at first, but it only lasted for a moment before it became like the roar of thunder. In the end, it replaced all other sounds in the starry sky. Grand Monarch Xian Luo's clothes fluttered, and a large amount of energy seemed to expand inside of him. His hair also fluttered. A huge blood-colored sun suddenly appeared behind Xian Luo. As soon as it appeared, the golden color of the starry sky dimmed, as if it couldn't compete with the sun's brilliance. The moment the sun appeared, Xian Luo formed an incantation gesture with his right hand and grabbed at the void. The great one spirit of the Dragon Emperor, in the name of Old Man Xian Luo, appears. Xian Luo's voice was filled with a strange power. As his voice echoed, the starry sky rumbled even more violently. Countless ripples spread out, and a huge vortex appeared in the starry sky. This vortex rotated rapidly, and from afar, it looked like it was going to suck in the entire starry sky. The depths of the vortex were pitch black, as if it was another world. The moment the vortex rotated to a certain degree, a dragon's roar came out of the vortex. This dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth, and when it spread out, it turned into a buzzing sound in Wang Lin's ears. Roar! The roar became even more intense, and it spread through the starry sky. The expressions of the people behind Wang Lin changed greatly, and they looked at Xian Luo with fear in their eyes. The roar caused Wang Lin to tremble, but he remained motionless as he stared at the vortex. The roar from the vortex continued. Although Wang Lin couldn't see what was going on in the depths of the vortex, he could imagine a dragon struggling to break free from the vortex. A moment later, when the roar was so loud that the galaxy was about to collapse, the vortex rumbled and a gigantic head charged out. Because the head was too big, the vortex seemed to be unable to withstand it, and it instantly collapsed. It turned into specks of dark light that spread out rapidly in all directions, as if they were being pushed forward by a wave of air. That large head was a dragon's head. There was a single horn on it, 2 dragon whiskers that were thousands of feet long, and it was covered in purplish-black scales. It had a ferocious expression and a pair of cold eyes. All of this formed a colossus that would strike fear into the hearts of anyone who laid eyes on it. What was even more strange was that the top of the dragon's horn wasn't sharp but square. From afar, the tip of the dragon's horn was like the crown of an emperor. Just its head alone was nearly 10,000 feet long. As soon as it emerged from the rift, the dragon twisted its body, causing the starry sky to rumble as if it were about to charge out. This dragon is the old man's dragon emperor sword. It came from the wild eastern outskirts of the immortal astral continent. There are countless fierce beasts there, and this dragon is one of the strongest. It has the power of a mid-stage void turbulent cultivator. Back then, the old man killed it, refined its body, and extracted its bones to make this weapon. This weapon is the whip. The old man will use this dragon whip to break the law of the immortal astral continent and open a gap for you all to reincarnate. Xian Luo's voice echoed as his right hand reached toward the dragon. The dragon raised its head and roared. Its body charged out from the void. 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 100,000 feet, all the way to Xian Luo. It shrank in Xian Luo's hand until it was 1,000 feet long blood-colored dragon whip. This whip gave off a shocking pressure. Even Wang Lin's pupils shrank when he saw this whip. He had a feeling that not even he could withstand the power of this whip. The power of this whip was unimaginable. Chapter 1791. With the Dragon King whip in his hand, Xian Luo raised his right hand and waved it. The whip whistled through the air and directly lashed at the door of the cave. The whip flashed with a ghostly light, like a roaring dragon, and instantly rushed into the door of the cave and lashed inside. With a loud bang, the door to the cave trembled. The golden chaos inside was blurry, and the moment the dragon whip landed on it, it immediately collapsed. A powerful force rushed in, causing a huge crack to appear in the blurry fog inside the door. The crack was very deep and led to an unknown place. At a glance, it was completely dark, but there was a strange pressure coming from the crack in the fog. Under the pressure, the crack rapidly shrank. Xian Luo's eyes flashed. He waved the whip in his right hand again, lashing it 9 times in a row. Booming sounds rang out as the dragon whip rapidly expanded. By the time it lashed out for the 9th time, it was tens of thousands of feet long. It rushed into the door of the cave, ripped apart all the fog, and formed a dragon path. This path led to the immortal astral continent, like the path of reincarnation. If you want to reincarnate, aside from resisting the law of the immortal astral continent, there is also the danger of getting lost. Remember, use this dragon as a guide to reincarnate. As Xian Luo spoke, his hands formed a seal, and then he suddenly pulled them apart. Mountain Demon Big 2 Spirits, in the name of Old Man Xian Luo, I command you to appear. Thunderous rumbles echoed between Xian Luo's hands, and an illusion appeared before him. It was a snow-white world, a huge snowy mountain that soared into the sky. This mountain was tall and boundless. It was completely white, and just looking at it would cause one's mind to tremble. When reincarnating, there will be a maze that locks the soul. This mountain demon is an ancient mountain the old man refined on the immortal astral continent. He gathered countless mountain souls and finally became a demon celestial. This thing can protect your souls from scattering. Xian Luo waved his right hand, and the giant, white snow mountain immediately scattered toward the door of the cave. Crackling sounds echoed as the dragon path was sealed in ice. The ice was also white, and it charged into the depths of the cave. The path of reincarnation and the snow guarding the path were both completed. Only now was the path of reincarnation complete. Soared immortal great 3 spirits, in the name of Old Man Xian Luo, appear. Xian Luo raised his left hand and pointed at the spot between his eyebrows. A crack appeared between his eyebrows, and a palm-sized sword flew out with a flash of purple light. I refined 99,999 broken planets outside the immortal astral continent to make this sword. I slaughtered my way into the celestial clan and took the same amount of celestial souls to make this sword. This sword was incredibly ominous, and when it appeared, the earth would avoid it. The immortals were shocked. Today, the old man will use this item as a way to protect you when you reincarnate. With this protecting you, your journey will be safe. Xian Luo waved his left hand, and the fierce sword flew toward the door of the cave. The sword energy was powerful and filled the entire path. This path used the dragon's body as the Tao, the snow mountain as the defense, and the endless sword energy from the fierce sword as the edge. Although the path was slow, aside from the law of the immortal astral continent, it resisted all possible changes and greatly reduced the danger of reincarnation. Wind, devil, great force spirits, in the name of old man Xian Luo, appear. Xian Luo's preparations weren't limited to the ones before. After all, this reincarnation wouldn't take place on the immortal astral continent, so the focus was to resist the law of the immortal astral continent. After saying that, Xian Luo bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of precious blood. The blood was crimson, but the moment it appeared, it immediately turned black. The black blood squirmed and gave off a large amount of black gas. In an instant, a figure surrounded by black gas appeared before Xian Luo. This figure was blurry, but it was filled with devilish energy. This devilish energy wasn't the aura of an ancient devil. It was formed by the will of the earth. All life on the earth had evil thoughts, and if these evil thoughts gathered together, they could become a devil. This devil was refined by the old man for 3 reincarnations, and it was formed by the evil thoughts of 6 billion evil people. It already has intelligence and can be called a devil spirit. In the old man's ancient Tao clan, there is a devil token that absorbs the power of worship. It is one of the 3 strongest weapons of the old man. With this thing, it can be used as a seal so that the memories of you reincarnated won't be damaged or lost. It can allow you to recover all of your memories the moment you are awakened. It can also be done. Unless your soul is carefully searched by a powerful cultivator, you won't be able to find out your previous life's identity. As a result, this reincarnation will be complete. Xian Luo waved his right hand, and the devil's shadow charged at the door. In an instant, all the ice inside the door was covered in black fog. The fog moved and looked terrifying, but soon calmed down and returned to a mirror-like appearance. Xian Luo's expression didn't change at all after taking out 4 of his strongest weapons. His cultivation level was high, and he was prepared. This bit of consumption was instantly recovered. He raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. The moment he released it, a blood-colored sun appeared in his palm. This sun was originally invisible, but under Xian Luo's gaze, crackling sounds echoed. The illusory sun immediately turned corporeal and became a real existence with a physical body. He could touch it, feel it, and hold it. Wang Lin, this is something the old man created using his power as a grand sovereign. It can allow your domain spells to expand infinitely. Use this to use your dream Tao. Use this method on everyone around you and seal their memories in their dreams. Wait for the one you've awakened to arrive. For them, this reincarnation is a dream. The fist-sized sun before Xian Luo flew toward Wang Lin and was caught by Wang Lin. The moment he touched the sun, Wang Lin's mind trembled. He could clearly feel an aura he couldn't understand, but it was enough to make his soul tremble. This aura was faintly discernible. Is this the power of Grand Sovereign 9 Suns? Wang Lin looked at the blood sun in his hand, and after pondering for a bit, he closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, he began to use his Dream Tao. Dream Tao was a spell created by Wang Lin himself. It was already very powerful, and with the help of Xian Luo's treasure, it expanded infinitely. Its power increased several-fold, almost reaching the point where dreams came true. An invisible ripple spread out from Wang Lin's body and surrounded everyone. Slowly, everyone, including Li Qianmei, closed their eyes and became immersed in their dreams. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, the time it takes an incense stick to burn went by. A blurry rune gradually appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. At the same time, runes also appeared between the eyebrows of everyone with their eyes closed. These runes reflected each other, as if there was a strange connection between them. This connection would allow Wang Lin to find them many years later. With a cracking sound, the sun in Wang Lin's hand shattered and dissipated. The moment the sun disappeared, Wang Lin opened his eyes. Everyone around him opened their eyes as well. The runes between their eyebrows were no longer faintly discernible, but extremely clear. An indescribable feeling filled everyone's hearts. Whether their eyes were open or closed, they could faintly feel each other's existence. This feeling was even stronger for Wang Lin. After reincarnating, the feeling between all of you will weaken. However, as long as you aren't far from each other, you can still feel it. Now step onto the path of the dragon's body one by one. The old man will send all of you to reincarnate. Xian Luo's voice was filled with majesty, causing Wang Lin and the people around him to become silent. Qing Lin let out a long sigh and walked forward. He was the first to walk towards the entrance of the cave, and his daughter, Qing Shuang, followed behind him. Zhou, he was just about to take a step forward when a strand of energy wrapped around his body, causing him to stop in his tracks. Big brother Zhou, please wait a moment. I'll find a way to help you complete your matter before you reincarnate. Wang Lin's words echoed in Zhou Yi's mind. Wang Lin will meet on the immortal astral continent. Qing Lin was very free and at the door of the cave. He turned around and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. However, the reluctance in his eyes revealed his emotions. Qing Lin turned around and walked into the black mist, disappearing without a trace. Qing Shuang's expression was cold, as if nothing in this world could affect her at all. However, the moment she stepped into the mist, her footsteps paused for a moment, and she turned around to look at Zhou Yi. I hope you won't bother me in the future. Her words were as cold as her face, but there seemed to be a deeper meaning to them. Qing Shuang disappeared into the fog. Zhou Yi silently pondered and revealed a bitter expression. Wang Lin looked at Zhou Yi. The two of them had known each other for 2,000 years, and Wang Lin knew of Zhou Yi's infatuation and his story with Qing Shuang. Seeing Zhou Yi's bitter expression, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He raised his right hand and touched the spot between his eyebrows. The tattoo between his eyebrows dimmed a bit as if he had taken out a part of it and pressed it on Zhou Yi's forehead. Go, big brother Zhou. I've sent Qing Shuang's memory seal to you. This way, after you two reincarnate, there will be some connection. Perhaps you two will meet. Zhou Yi bitterly nodded and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. His back was bleak and filled with confusion. He didn't know if he should persist or not as he walked toward the door of the cave until he disappeared. The fourth to leave was Shimizu. Shimizu arrived next to Wang Lin. He looked at Wang Lin and smiled. Junior brother, I'll wait for you on the immortal astral continent. If you find my daughter first, please take care of her for me. As Shimizu spoke, he looked at Red Butterfly with a smile. His eyes were filled with love. Red Butterfly's eyes were red and tears flowed down. She took a few steps forward as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she bit her lower lip and didn't speak. She watched as Shimizu walked toward the door of the cave and watched him disappear. Tears flowed down her face as she turned into a ray of red light and disappeared into the cave. Writing the third chapter. Chapter 1792. As the people around Wang Lin left one by one, they all bowed to Wang Lin before leaving to pursue their dreams. Shursen knelt before Wang Lin and bowed toward Wang Lin. He raised his head, and his eyes were filled with determination. Teacher, Shursen has left. Even if my memory hasn't awakened, Shursen firmly believes that I won't forget teacher's kindness. Even if I reincarnate, I won't forget this. Shursen's words were decisive. His will was extremely firm, and it was likely that even though his memory was sealed, his instinct still existed. This instinct was what he cared about the most, the relationship he had with Wang Lin as his teacher and disciple. After Shi San was Situ Nan. Situ Nan's personality had always been carefree. At this moment, he laughed as he turned into a ray of light and walked toward the door of the cave. A wine jug appeared in his hand, and he threw it at Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught it. "I like to drink in this life, but I don't know what will happen in the next life. I'll give this wine jug to you. Once you find me, you can give it back to me." Haha, this old man will definitely reincarnate as a king. Damn it, it will definitely be a king. Situ Nan's laughter echoed as he disappeared outside the door. However, it was unknown if he would be able to reincarnate as a king on the immortal astral continent. Xian Luo wasn't sure about this, and neither was Wang Lin. "I hope he can succeed." Wang Lin's expression was a bit strange. He felt that this matter might not turn out as Situ Nan had imagined. The last to leave was Li Qianmei. She smiled at Wang Lin and didn't say anything else before walking toward the door of the cave. "I'll wait for you. If you can't find me, I'll wait again and again in the reincarnation cycle." Her words were soft, but the determination she expressed completely revealed her personality. This was Li Qianmei. Once she made her choice, she would have no regrets. In the starry sky, only Wang Lin and Xian Luo were left outside the door of the cave abode. Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "They have all gone in. The old man is going to use a spell to resist the law of the immortal astral continent. When are you going to go in?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the door and suddenly said, "Can Senior send more people to the immortal astral continent to reincarnate? It doesn't matter. I originally thought that there would be hundreds or even thousands of people. Now that there are less than 20 people, it won't be too much of a drain on me. As long as you don't bring too many people with you, it doesn't matter." Xian Luo smiled. "In that case," said Wang Lin calmly, his eyes flashing with a cold light, "I'll have to trouble you to wait a bit longer for the 5 greats. I want to take some more people and send them to reincarnation." There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and his words were calm. There were some people that Wang Lin couldn't take with him because he was worried about the pressure Xian Luo could withstand. There was also no direct hatred between them, and there were even some who had no hatred at all. However, for the peace of the cave world, they could be killed or not. After hearing Xian Luo's words, Wang Lin changed his mind. After clasping his hands at Xian Luo, Wang Lin turned around and walked toward the stars. His figure distorted and dissipated. When he reappeared, he was at the edge of the formation between the inner and outer realms. The new two-realm formation was something Wang Lin had set up himself. He stepped into the formation, and due to his familiarity with it, he didn't pause at all. After half an incense stick of time, he passed through the formation and entered the ancient star system. Among the 5 masters of the ancient star system, the sovereign has been sealed by me and taken away. Tao Master Blue Dream has moved to the celestial realm. There are still 3 left: Miao Yin, Void God, and 9 greats. These 3 will be a disaster if left alive. While they are weak, I'll find them one by one and send them to reincarnate. Wang Lin's expression was indifferent. The moment he stepped into the ancient star system, his divine sense spread out. After going through the 5 myriad doors in the core of the cave world, he had reached the peak of spirit void, and his ancient order inheritance was almost complete. At this moment, the power Wang Lin could display was enough to battle a late-stage arcane void cultivator. With this cultivation level, along with his 7 essences and ancient order spells, the 3 injured masters were not his match at all. As Wang Lin's powerful divine sense swept by, his eyes lit up, and he took a step forward and disappeared. In the eastern part of the ancient star system, there was a crescent-shaped planet. This planet was irregular and had very little spiritual energy. It was like a dead planet, and there were very few fierce beasts. The ground was covered in yellow sand, and there was no Baida on this planet. It was night, and because it was incomplete, there was no vegetation here. Only a large amount of rocks floated on the ground and floated in the air. At the very top of the crescent-shaped cultivation planet, the yellow sand floated in the air. The ground was pitch black, but there were cracks on it. At the very center of the cracks sat an old man. His face was pale, and his eyes were closed as he healed himself. However, black blood would occasionally drip from the corners of his mouth. When the blood landed on the ground, it made a magnetic sound. Strands of smoke-like aura spread out from the planet as the old man healed. They entered his orifices and helped him heal. This old man was none other than the 9 great devil saints that had been seriously injured by Blue Dream. Back then, he had been seriously injured by Blue Dream, and his Joss Flame realm had been destroyed. His mind had been injured, and he had managed to maintain the remaining vitality in his body. He was borrowing the death aura on this planet to restore his Joss Flame realm. The surroundings were completely silent, and the earth was dark. However, just at this moment, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils rapidly shrank. At the same time, a blinding light suddenly burst out from the pitch-black sky. The light covered everything, and at the same time, a young man in white walked out from the light. His white hair fluttered and his face was cold. Wang Lin's appearance caused the 9 great devil saints to gasp. He didn't hesitate to turn into a ray of light and charge into the crack beside him. Wang Lin's body didn't move. He raised his right hand and tore at the earth below. With this, the space before him rumbled, and a giant crack appeared out of nowhere. When it touched the earth, the entire planet trembled violently. Cracks were torn open and continued to spread. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the earth was torn open too quickly. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin saw the 9 great devil saints charging underground. The 9 great devil saints were almost scared out of their wits. They clearly felt the earth behind them being torn apart by a powerful force. They also felt Wang Lin's gaze locked onto their backs. Wang Lin, are you going to kill us all? You. And I don't have such a deep grudge. If you let me go this time, I swear I'll never take half a step into the inner realm again. The 9 great devil saints felt their scalps go numb, and a huge wave was set off in their hearts. Wang Lin's strength had exceeded their expectations once more. They didn't expect Wang Lin to become even stronger in such a short period of time. Don't be afraid. Wang won't kill you. He's just sending you to reincarnate. As Wang Lin spoke, he raised his left hand and used the tearing apart spell on the planet below. If you want to kill me, then kill me. What do you mean, sending the old man to reincarnate? The 9 demon sovereigns screamed and formed hand seals with all their might, unleashing all of their abilities and magic treasures in an attempt to resist this shocking power. The earth rumbled and began to collapse. The cracks on the planet expanded like crazy, and in an instant, the entire crescent planet was torn in half by Wang Lin. The impact from the collapse turned into a shockwave that swept through the starry sky and rapidly spread in all directions. As the shockwave spread, popping sounds came from the 9 great devil saints. All their spells collapsed, and all their treasures collapsed. They coughed out blood and clenched their teeth as they struggled to escape. However, Wang Lin silently appeared before them. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed it between the eyebrows of the 9 great devil saints. I'm indeed going to send you to reincarnate, not kill you. Wang Lin's words were calm, and this was the last thing the 9 great devil saints heard. The moment Wang Lin's palm landed, the 9 great devil saints' minds rumbled, and they were sealed by Wang Lin. Wang Lin was very calm in sealing the 9 great devil saints that had been injured by Tao Venerable Blue Dream. It had only been a few breaths of time since he had sealed them. Now that it was over, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he looked to the west. He could sense that it was where Apotheosis Miao Yin was recuperating. Immortal Sovereign Miao Yin was on a planet filled with dense spiritual energy. From afar, this planet looked like Mercury. There were no continents on it, only some islands. The rest of the planet was covered in seawater. The seawater was not blue. Instead, it was golden. The golden seawater created layers of waves in the wind. It was very beautiful. There were also some sea beasts swimming in the seawater. Occasionally, they would reveal black shadows, but their bodies were enormous. Tao Venerable Miao Yin was sitting in the deepest part of the seawater. It was completely dark, but if you looked closely, you would see white bones. These white bones were mostly the bones of beasts. As Tao Venerable Miao Yin healed, there would occasionally be roars coming from the depths of the sea using a special method. Wang Lin, Blue Dream, you too will die a horrible death. Tao Venerable Miao Yin opened his eyes. His pupils were distorted and bloodshot. He had been seriously injured by Blue Dream, and his cultivation level had fallen to Spirit Void. He wouldn't be able to return to his peak in 100 years, so he could only continue to heal to shorten the time. As he let out a roar, Miao Yin raised his right hand and reached toward the sea. A vortex appeared, and a 1,000-foot-long black sea snake trembled and didn't dare to struggle as it was sucked in by the vortex. Miao Yin grabbed the head of the sea snake and placed it in front of him. He bit down on the head of the sea snake and sucked in all the essence of the sea snake. In an instant, the sea snake turned into bones and was tossed aside by Miao Yin. Just as he was about to continue cultivating, Miao Yin's expression changed greatly, and he looked up. The space above the golden sea distorted, and the white-robed Wang Lin walked out. His eyes were like lightning as he looked down at the sea below. Miao Yin, today Wang has come here to send you to reincarnate. I made up for yesterday's big one. I'm still short 4,000 words this month, so I'll make up for tomorrow's big one. The last of the monthly votes is big, so please check and vote for Earroot. Chapter 1793. Deep in the sea, Tao Master Miao Yin's expression was ferocious, but his pupils shrank and were filled with fear and terror. You have already killed my avatar and taken my divine sense. That is enough to offset the enmity from back then. Why are you still trying to kill me? It is not easy for us cultivators to cultivate. If you treat me like this today, someone will definitely treat you like this in the future. Tao Master Miao Yin's voice was sharp and came from the bottom of the sea. As his voice spread, the entire golden sea seemed to roar and huge waves were set off. As the waves rotated, they formed a giant vortex. The vortex rotated and went directly to where Miao Yin was. At this moment, Wang Lin was at the top and Miao Yin was at the bottom of the sea. There was a vortex between them, but they could clearly see each other. Miao Yin didn't choose to escape like the 9 elites. He knew that his cultivation level had fallen too much, and he had no chance of escaping from Wang Lin. Today, Wang won't kill you. I'll just send you to reincarnation. Wang Lin looked at Tao Master Miao Yin, who was inside the vortex. He raised his right hand and casually reached down. A huge palm manifested, and with a loud whistle, it charged downwards to seize the seawater. Miao Yin's expression changed rapidly. He stared at Wang Lin's face and struggled like crazy in his heart. He knew Wang Lin better than the 9 elites. When the 9 elites heard the word reincarnate, they thought Wang Lin wanted to kill them, so they wanted to escape. However, Miao Yin didn't think so. The moment the giant palm closed in, Miao Yin let out a sharp roar. Where to reincarnate? Immortal astral continent. As Wang Lin's words echoed, a thunderous rumble echoed. The giant palm penetrated the vortex and grabbed Miao Yin. Miao Yin's mind trembled, and he bitterly gave up all useless resistance. He closed his eyes and allowed Wang Lin to grab him. After sealing him, he was put into his storage space and fused with his avatar. The sea calmed down as if nothing had happened. Wang Lin turned and walked toward the sky. There is still a grand sovereign void god. Floating in the starry river, Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he gazed off into the distance. With his soul awareness, he found the location where Grand Monarch Void God's true self was practicing secluded cultivation. Grand Exalt Void God's avatar had been killed by Wang Lin, and his original body had been seriously injured. Since then, he had never entered the inner realm, and this matter could have been settled. However, if this person remained, he would be a big problem in the future. Wang Lin didn't want to leave everything to Master South Cloud and Blue Dream. He wanted to deal with it himself. Wang Lin's gaze swept the stars, and he disappeared into the ancient star system. In the southern part of the ancient star system, there was an area filled with rubble. This used to be a cultivation planet, but after it collapsed, countless pieces of rubble floated around, forming a land of death. Grand Monarch Void God had fallen silent here. He had given up on going back to the inner realm and had even given up on competing. However, even he didn't know if this was temporary or permanent. At least for now, he didn't dare to step into the inner realm. He felt a deep sense of dread toward Wang Lin from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he was sitting on a piece of rubble and constantly absorbing the power of the stars to nourish his body and comprehend the changes of the stars. If no one disturbed him, he could sit like this for thousands of years, until his cultivation fully recovered, until he reached the peak, until he walked out and regained control of the stars. He had the confidence to do this if no one came to disturb him. In truth, even if someone came to disturb him, Grand Monarch Void God wouldn't be afraid, as long as that person wasn't Wang Lin. However, while this was a beautiful thought, reality was cruel. In this vast region, the changes of the stars were the same as before, and there was not the slightest difference. However, in this region of shattered rocks, an invisible pressure suddenly descended. The arrival of this pressure immediately caused the area to become unstable. Large amounts of rubble suddenly collapsed, turning into countless fragments that flew backwards. From a distance, it looked like a ring of stars scattering in all directions. Grand Monarch Void God's eyes snapped open, and a bitter look appeared in his eyes as he saw a white-robed figure floating in the starry river in front of him that he would never forget. That white hair was like a nightmare, and it caused his heart to tremble. He still came. Grand Monarch Void God silently pondered. Looking at Wang Lin, his eyes were filled with despair. Wang Lin, I tried to possess you and kill you, but I failed. My avatar died, and my true body swore that I would never take half a step into the inner realm. Can you let me go this time? Grand Monarch Void God rarely spoke in such a tone, but at this moment he had to. As he spoke, he stood up and clasped his hands toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood on a piece of rubble 1,000 feet before Grand Monarch Void God. He looked at Grand Monarch Void God and pondered for a moment before speaking. You're not suited to live here. I'm going to the immortal astral continent. Many people have decided to reincarnate and go to the immortal astral continent. You should go as well. Only then will I feel at ease. You, Grand Monarch Void, God's expression changed. Countless thoughts appeared in his mind, but in the end, he let out a sigh. You're going to leave because you're worried about the old man. Have you ever thought that if you leave here for too long, countless geniuses will be born in the ancient star system? In the future, there will likely be people you're even more worried about than the old man. Can you put an end to all of them? I can't put an end to all of them, but I can send all the third-step cultivators of the various sects in the ancient star system to reincarnate. If they don't obey, I'll kill them. Wang Lin's words were calm, but the meaning behind them was enough to shock anyone who heard them. Grand Monarch Void God didn't speak for a long time. His gaze toward Wang Lin became even more fearful. Crazy. This person is crazy. He's forcing me to reincarnate. What other choice do I have? Grand Monarch Void God gave up resisting and closed his eyes. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and put Grand Monarch Void God into his storage space. Then he turned around and left. The Tranquil clan was one of the clans in the ancient star system that had participated in the war between the inner and outer realms. This clan wasn't big, but they had a third-step ancestor. When this ancestor saw that the situation was bad, he immediately chose to retreat and no longer came out. The clan was located in an area with nearly 100 cultivation planets. However, Wang Lin slowly closed in on this large area outside the Tranquil clan. Every step he took caused a thunderous rumble to echo as he charged toward the Tranquil clan. In an instant, he landed on a cultivation planet. As the planet trembled, Wang Lin charged into the atmosphere and calmly walked toward the highest mountain on the planet. There was a large temple on the mountain, and there was a middle-aged man sitting inside. When he saw Wang Lin enter, his eyes suddenly opened and were filled with fear and terror. He was about to get up when his body trembled. A right hand appeared behind him and gently pressed down on his shoulder. His body was pressed to the ground, so he couldn't struggle. Wang will send you to reincarnate. That was the last thing the man heard. His vision went black, and a terrifying force rushed into his body through the hand on his shoulder. It turned into a seal that he couldn't resist, and his mind was completely sealed. A moment later, Wang Lin walked out of the Songhua clan. No one knew of his arrival, and his departure was the same. After leaving the Songhua clan, Wang Lin raised his right hand and gently waved at the large amount of cultivation planets that Songhua clan had. Dozens of ancient leaves appeared and formed a blurry whirlwind that flew toward the Songhua clan's cultivation planet. Seal the star system. Seal the entire clan. From now on, all cultivators of this clan will be forbidden from entering the star system. All cultivators of this clan will never be able to reach the Nirvana Shatterer stage. They will never be able to enter the star system. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and walked off into the distance. As he walked, all the clans with third-step cultivators in the ancient star system did the same thing. They forced them to reincarnate and seal the entire clan. Wang Lin used this extremely tyrannical method to do such a shocking thing in order to preserve the peace of the inner realm. He took away all the remaining third-step cultivators. Wherever he went, even the clans without third-step cultivators were sealed. With this seal, it would be very difficult for a third-step cultivator to appear in the ancient star system. In the next countless years, there would be no cultivators left in the ancient star system. All the cultivators in the ancient star system would be unable to leave their cultivation planet. This was because there was a strange seal left by Wang Lin outside their cultivation planet. The ancient star system is no longer a concern. As for the other hidden places, now is not the time to explore them. Wang Lin stood next to the formation between the inner and outer realms and looked back at the stars. After a long time, he stepped into the formation and left the ancient star system. He headed toward the inner realm and the Big Lu star system. At this point, Wang Lin had finished his last task in the cave world. He was about to leave. In the Big Lu star system, the golden door gave off a dazzling golden light. The inside of the door was as dark as a mirror. Xian Luo sat there and looked into the distance. He saw Wang Lin. Wang Lin walked out and bowed at Xian Luo. Junior has finished everything and brought a few more people. I hope Senior can send them to reincarnate. As Wang Lin spoke, he waved his sleeve and 8 people appeared before him. Their expressions were gloomy and their hearts were filled with unwillingness, but they couldn't resist. After reincarnating, there will be no more grudges between us. I hope you all take care of yourselves. Wang Lin's words were calm, and as he spoke, he waved his right hand. A gust of wind rushed out and took the 8 of them into the darkness. Senior, Junior will also leave. See you on the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin looked back at the stars before suddenly turning around. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared toward the door of the cave. Xian Luo stood up and entered the door with a serious expression. After he entered, the door rumbled and slowly closed. Half an hour later, when it was about to close completely, a ray of ghostly light came from the depths of the star system and disappeared into the door that was about to close. Chapter 1794. The path of the dragon was the path to reincarnation. This path was very far, and it was unknown where it ended. This path was not suitable for Wang Lin to walk. He stood on the dragon's body and looked into the distance at the ice around him. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see Li Qianmei and the others continuously advancing on this path, heading towards reincarnation. Wang Lin, if you want to protect that soul fragment and take her to the immortal astral continent by force to resist the law of the immortal astral continent, You must leave this place. You may get lost. You may die. Xian Luo's voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind. The law of the immortal astral continent is invisible. It is more like a pressure. Under this pressure, if you can persist and resist, you may be able to walk out. However, even with the help of the old man, this opportunity is only half the time. Since ancient times, the old man has never heard of a grand exalt helping someone in the cave world resist the law of the immortal astral continent. You should be the first. This is your luck, so there's no need to be too grateful to the old man. If you can walk out, the old man will accept you as a disciple, and you can follow me back to the ancient Dao clan. If you die in the end, the old man will help you take care of the person you reincarnate into. You. Take care. Xian Luo let out a sigh. He didn't value Wang Lin just a little bit. He really wanted Wang Lin to inherit his legacy and protect the ancient Dao clan during his reincarnation. He even wanted to help Wang Lin enter the immemorial God realm and let Wang Lin become the 10th son. Although this matter was unpredictable and extremely difficult, he had thought about it. There are countless caves on the immortal astral continent, and almost every sect has their own cave world. Of course, if you want to have a cave world, you must have a grand Dao. Although there aren't many grand Daos on the immortal astral continent, they are not rare. Since ancient times, I can imagine that countless lives in the cave world have opened the door and tried to come out, but they all died to the law of the immortal astral continent. When you leave this dragon body, you may see many doors in the void. Those doors are the caves of the immortal astral continent. You may also see the remains of the countless lives that died to the law of the immortal astral continent. I don't know what kind of impact the creatures in the cave world will have on the immortal astral continent, but I hope you could be the first to succeed. I can't stay too long on the immortal astral continent. I'll wait for you for 10 years. If you still haven't come out in 10 years, then you should be dead. Xian Luo's words were ancient as they echoed in Wang Lin's mind. His figure appeared before Wang Lin. His gaze was kind as he looked at Wang Lin like he was looking at a nephew. In the law of the immortal astral continent, I can't leave a mark on you, so I can't know if you're safe or not. The only way to judge if you're dead or not is time. 10 years, Wang Lin. When I leave in 10 years, my power will dissipate and the law of the immortal astral continent will erupt to a peak. Under that kind of law, a firm heart is the only thing that will keep you from being confused. In 10 years, you must come to the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at Xian Luo. Everything Xian Luo had done for him, Wang Lin would forever remember it. Now, before you leave, tell me if you're willing to take the old man as your teacher. Xian Luo's voice was soft, and when it entered Wang Lin's ears, it felt very warm. To insist on taking him as a disciple at a time like this, instead of waiting for him to successfully enter the immortal astral continent, this kind of determination and treatment made Wang Lin tremble. Teacher, Wang Lin had no reason not to accept this heavy kindness and responsibility. He understood that this meant that from now on, he would have an inseparable connection with the ancient Dao. This meant that he would protect the ancient Dao, even if he had to pay the price of his life. This was to repay Xian Luo for everything he had done for him. Xian Luo laughed happily. He looked at Wang Lin and helped Wang Lin up. He carefully looked at Wang Lin and his laughter echoed. Disciple, teacher will wait for you on the immortal astral continent. As Xian Luo spoke, he waved his right hand at the ice on the dragon path. The ice immediately melted, forming a gap. Bursts of ghostly light came in from the outside. This ghostly light was part of the law of the immortal astral continent. You are my disciple, so I'll give you a gift to take me as your teacher. Xian Luo's right hand hit the spot between his eyebrows, and he bit the tip of his tongue to spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood gave off a red glow and turned into a blood dragon. The blood dragon roared and wrapped around Wang Lin. It carried Wang Lin toward the gap in the ice. Teacher is one of the 9 sons. I'll give you a mouthful of essence blood to guard you for a period of time. Then I'll cast a spell to resist the law of the immortal astral continent to protect you." Wang Lin was surrounded by the blood dragon. Just as he was about to rush into the gap, he raised his right hand and countless ghostly lights flew out. These rays of ghostly light were all the creatures and souls in Wang Lin's storage space. Aside from the madman, almost all of them were there. Su Ligua, Lu Jinbiao, the mosquito beasts, and all the other creatures in Wang Lin's storage space. Wang Yu, who was too big, also showed signs of appearing. These creatures have followed Disciple for a long time. I asked Teacher to send them to the immortal astral continent. Before Wang Lin finished speaking, the group of mosquito beasts, led by Wang Lin's Mosquito King, revealed a crazed gaze. They desperately struggled to fly toward the gap in the ice and flew outside. It was as if there was something outside that they desired so much that they charged toward it like crazy. This sudden change not only startled Wang Lin, but even Xian Luo was startled. There was the invisible law of the immortal astral continent inside the dark void, but the mosquito beasts didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, shocking changes occurred to them. Their bodies began to rapidly expand, growing larger and larger. Popping sounds echoed out from within their bodies, and ghostly light flickered around them. From the comfortable looks on their faces, it was almost as if this was their true home. However, shortly after, a huge change occurred. For some reason, the mosquito beasts felt comfortable, but at the same time, they let out painful roars. A large portion of them exploded and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. This change shocked Wang Lin. Just as he was about to save them, he saw the mosquito beasts that hadn't collapsed expand once more. In an instant, 100 mosquito beasts grew to the size of mountains, but they soon collapsed. The remaining mosquito beasts continued to expand. In particular, Wang Lin's Mosquito King was covered in blood. It let out a miserable roar, as if it was resisting some kind of power or fusing with something. Wang Lin had a deep relationship with the Mosquito King. He was about to attack without hesitation, but Xian Luo waved his sleeve to stop him. When a Mosquito King saw that Wang Lin was about to attack, it struggled to fly away. It looked at Wang Lin with determination in its eyes. "Don't stop them. Your group of fierce beasts is extraordinary." Xian Luo's eyes shined brightly as he stared at the mosquito beasts outside the gap. His voice was very serious. They are adapting to the void filled with the law of the immortal astral continent. And look at them. It seems like their ancestors lived here a long time ago. They seem to have returned to their home. Although they didn't grow up here, their souls can sense this place. This is why there's a conflict between their bodies and souls, which is why they died. This is like a fish that has adapted to life outside the water. Once they return to the water, they may drown. Don't stop them. This is a crucial transformation for them. Xian Luo stared at the mosquito beasts and pondered. Just as Xian Luo spoke, more than half of the mosquito beasts had died. There were less than 100 left, but each of these 100 mosquito beasts was extremely shocking. Their bodies were expanding like crazy, and their expressions were filled with pain and madness. Although countless mosquito beasts had died, not a single one of them chose to retreat. Their minds were clear, and they could feel that this was the most crucial opportunity for them to evolve. Once they succeeded, they would be able to return to their ancestral state. The memories of their ancestors and their souls were also bursting forth as they swelled up again and again. In particular, Wang Lin's Mosquito King was the largest. It was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, almost the same size as the giant mosquito beast Wang Lin had seen in the Wind Celestial Realm. A terrifying aura erupted from its body. Time passed. Half an incense stick of time passed. As Wang Lin became anxious, the nearly 100 mosquito beasts collapsed once more. This time, Wang Lin could no longer wait. He would rather the Mosquito King fail its evolution than let it die. The Mosquito King was like family to Wang Lin, and it had accompanied him for more than 2,000 years. As the mosquito beast collapsed, Wang Lin charged out from the ice toward the nearly 100 mosquito beasts that had collapsed. As he closed in, a heaven-shaking roar came from the collapsed mosquito beasts. At the same time, 9 more roars followed. These roars connected together, and even the void that contained the law of the immortal astral continent trembled. As the mosquito beast collapsed, the mosquito king flew out. It was the size of a cultivation planet, and its large mouth was enough to make the scalp of all living things go numb. Behind them were 9 golden mosquito beasts. Each of them was equivalent to the mosquito king Wang Lin had seen in the wind celestial realm. They floated in the void and gave off a fierce aura that caused Xian Luo's eyes to shine brightly. Rumor has it that when the immortal astral continent first appeared, it was a wild land. Then the God realm appeared and created a new world, giving birth to all life. Then stars appeared, but they were under the continent. Then the law of the immortal astral continent descended. This law existed in the void like the sea, and there were 9 beasts born at the same time as the ancient ancestor and celestial ancestor. These fierce beasts can fuse with the immortal astral continent. Could it be they? Xian Luo's eyes widened and were filled with disbelief. Chapter 1795. Wang Lin's heart was filled with excitement. He looked at the remaining 10 mosquito beasts and then at his mosquito king. With the blood dragon around him, he landed on the mosquito king's head. "Teacher, we'll meet again on the immortal astral continent." Wang Lin turned around and clasped his hands at Xian Luo. The mosquito king let out a roar and carried Wang Lin into the depths of the void. Behind it, the 9 10,000-foot-tall mosquito beasts flew forward like bodyguards. Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin flying away from the gap in the ice. After a long time, he closed his eyes and moved his right hand. The ice immediately shrank and sealed the gap. Is that mosquito beast one of the 9 legendary beasts that were born at the same time as the celestial clan? If it is, then not even I can predict Wang Lin's future. It is likely that he can become the 10th son of the immortal astral continent by himself. If he really becomes the 10th Grand Empyrean, then my Dao clan will exist forever. Xian Luo's face was a bit red. He was shocked by the mosquito beast fusing with the law of the immortal astral continent, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. After a long time, Xian Luo followed the path of the dragon and walked into the distance. A faint blood-colored sun appeared around him. This sun shined brightly and resisted the law of the immortal astral continent. The light from the blood-colored sun erupted outside the path of the dragon and filled the dark void. It lit up this place and battled against the law of the immortal astral continent with its own power. The endless void between the cave world and the immortal astral continent contained the law of the immortal astral continent. This void was boundless, and it didn't only exist here. All the cave worlds on the immortal astral continent were connected to it. Since ancient times, there had been countless geniuses from various cave worlds who were unwilling to accept their fate and learned of everything through different methods. Or it could be said that they had walked out of the door of their cave world and stepped into the void. However, none of them had successfully entered the immortal astral continent. They had all died in this void, and it had always been like this. Similarly, many powerful cultivators on the immortal astral continent had tried to enter this void filled with the law of the immortal astral continent. They wanted to comprehend the law here and even enter the cave worlds of other sections. But in the end, there might be people who succeeded, but very few. Moreover, because it was easy to get lost in this place, very few people would enter again. As a result, Wang Lin could sometimes see corpses that wouldn't rot in this endless void. They often floated by Wang Lin and floated here for eternity. The void is like the sea. This place can be considered a sea containing the law of the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin sat on the back of the Mosquito King and looked at the endless void. It was completely silent. There was no sound, no light, no spiritual energy, no trace of life. This place was deathly silent. In this place, one would go crazy in this extreme silence. The longer one stayed here, the harder it would be to control the restlessness of one's mind. Even someone with a firm mind would find it difficult to calm down after a long time. More importantly, it was easy to get lost here. Once you got lost, you would never be able to find a way out. Even if you saw doors, they were only doors to other sections. As a cultivator of the cave world, you still couldn't leave. In particular, Wang Lin's goal was to take Li Muin's soul with him. As a result, he couldn't let himself get lost. If this was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the deeper one went, the stronger the law of the immortal astral continent became. It was a pressure that was everywhere and made it impossible to move forward. Some people had used the strength of the pressure to determine their direction, but the law of the immortal astral continent was everywhere. Aside from the fact that the deeper you went, the stronger the law of the immortal astral continent became. The longer one stayed here, the greater the pressure would be. Wang Lin was used to being alone. Not to mention, he had the mosquito beast to accompany him. He told himself that he wasn't lonely. There was the blood dragon around him. Aside from reducing the pressure of the law of the immortal astral continent, it could also guide him. Time slowly passed like this. In the first month, Wang Lin was very calm as he moved through the void. He looked at the wreckage that would occasionally appear around him. He could feel the unwillingness in those wreckage. Perhaps these people were like him, children of the heavens from a cave world, but they had been dead for an unknown number of years. Even Wang Lin wasn't used to this kind of calmness after a year. During this year, he didn't say a word. His eyes seemed to have fused with the darkness. Whether he opened or closed his eyes, it was endless darkness. In this 1 year, there was not a single sound in the surroundings. In this strange void, not even the whistling of speed could be heard. He didn't know how far he had gone, but he knew that his direction shouldn't be wrong. The blood dragon around him had dimmed, but it was still there to guide him. Wang Lin didn't know where Xian Luo was, but he could feel from the blood dragon that Xian Luo was somewhere in this void. He was escorting his friend to reincarnate and was resisting the law of the immortal astral continent. So Wang Lin didn't feel the law of the immortal astral continent very strongly. This feeling made Wang Lin's heart feel very warm. He would sometimes look up at the dark void behind him. He could vaguely see the gate of his hometown watching him leave. He could vaguely see Mu Bingmei's delicate figure holding an umbrella in the rain. The face under the umbrella revealed an unspeakable, complex expression. Wang Lin no longer hated Mu Bingmei. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, another half a year passed. Wang Lin had already existed in the void for 1.5 years. He should have forgotten about this amount of time, but he couldn't let himself forget. If he forgot about the passage of time, it would be the same as losing an obsession. There are still 8.5 years. Wang Lin muttered to himself on this day after 1.5 years had passed. His voice was hoarse, as if he was an old man. The blood dragon around him was even more dim. Although he couldn't feel the law of the immortal astral continent deeply, the 9 mosquito beasts behind him had all slowed down. On a certain day in the 2nd year, the blood dragon around Wang Lin could almost no longer be seen. Only the faint guidance still existed, but it had no effect on the law of the immortal astral continent. At this point, for the first time, Wang Lin clearly felt the pressure from the law of the immortal astral continent. This pressure landed on his body, causing Wang Lin's body to tremble. It was as if a mountain had smashed into his body. The power of his source also weakened under the pressure of the law of the immortal astral continent, and it couldn't be recovered. The more he used, the more he lost. This was one of the reasons why this void was so terrifying. No matter how powerful one was, if they got lost or stayed here, they would disappear one day. The 2nd year, the 3rd year, the 4th year. For years of time silently passed in this void. It was fast but also very slow. Fast was the year, slow was the heart. 4 years felt like 400 years to Wang Lin. Under the increasingly intense pressure, Wang Lin wanted to cultivate, but he couldn't do it. There seemed to be a strange force in this void that prevented all living beings from cultivating. They could only count the passage of time. It was as if this was the only joy here. During these 4 years of time, Wang Lin hadn't encountered a single living being. All he had seen were corpses of cultivators and fierce beasts. Although the 9 mosquito beasts behind him could fuse with the law of the immortal astral continent, they couldn't withstand the pressure. It was like the entire star system was collapsing and all of it was gathering on his body. Even Wang Lin's face was pale and his body was about to reach its limit. The 9 mosquito beasts were also put into Wang Lin's storage space to avoid the pain of following him. However, the Mosquito King under Wang Lin didn't feel any discomfort. It was still very fast and continued to move forward with Wang Lin. When the 5th year arrived, the pressure made Wang Lin feel like he was immersed in mud. Just raising his hand made his body feel intense pain, as if countless threads were entangling him. However, he still persisted. The heaven-avoiding coffin had been taken out by Wang Lin and placed on his back. It was no longer safe inside the storage space. Only by placing it behind him and using his body to protect it would Wang Lin feel at ease. He understood that as long as he didn't die, this force wouldn't harm Li Muan behind him. This was because all of Wang Lin's power was focused on protecting Li Muan behind him. Fortunately, there was the Mosquito King under him, and it kept moving forward at a very fast speed. Without it, it would have been even more difficult for Wang Lin to resist the pressure and move forward. While Wang Lin was moving toward the immortal astral continent with great difficulty, at the center of the immortal astral continent, there was a huge city floating in the sky. The emperor of the ancient Tao, the middle-aged man in the royal robe, was standing in the highest pavilion and looking at the gloomy sky that seemed like it was about to rain. In his hand, there was a bead of ghostly light. It was blurry, but one could see the soul of a woman sleeping inside. Grand Empyrean has been gone for a long time. He is doing so much for a mere cave world cultivator. He is really muddle-headed. Aside from Xian Luo, the guardian of the ancient Tao, is this emperor, and it will still be this emperor in the future. I want to see what kind of person that old man brought back is like. No matter who he is, when he sees me, the emperor, he must immediately kneel down and pay his respects to me. The ancient Tao emperor clenched his hand and squeezed the bead in his palm. Because he had used too much force, although the bead was strong, the soul inside trembled as if it was extremely afraid. Little soul, why did the imperial teacher say that she will become an important thing for me to rule the immortal astral continent? The man in the royal robe raised his hand and looked at the trembling soul inside the bead. He muttered to himself, "Fine, since you are so important, then I'll really make you my empress." Yi said, "Test all the women you've found. See which one of them can take her soul." "Yes, your majesty." Behind the man in the royal robe, space twisted and a man shrouded in black fog appeared. He knelt there and responded. "September, I want to fight, I want to erupt. I want to clench my teeth and surpass 85. Brothers, sisters, all the rebellious fans, I beg for a guaranteed monthly vote. I beg for a guaranteed monthly vote. September, don't be dispirited. I won't be dispirited. I want to continue fighting. Only like this can I have passion and write exciting plots. I don't want to be dull. Guaranteed monthly vote. I beg for a guaranteed monthly vote. Tomorrow, erupt. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.